Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show. We are trying to find out what exactly is going on and what we should be doing in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing together. Today's show, I thought we could talk about tomorrow's world. What do you think the world will be like in the future? Now we can talk about the short term, the mid-term, the long term. What will life be like on planet Earth? Will we make it to other planets? Will we live in orbital cities? What will happen on this planet in the future? Is it something you are concerned about? Are you worried? Do you believe we will reach some kind of utopic way of being? Or are we destined for a dystopia? What lies in wait for humanity, for life as we know it in the future? Put your thinking caps on. Join us as we explore this interesting and, dare I say it, exciting question. Chickpea is already here, the forever faithful Chickpea. Chickpea, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. This show is about tomorrow's world. What do you think the world will be like in the future?
Good Lord, I dread to think, actually. I dread to think, to be quite honest. I actually think as technology becomes more and more complex, it's going to become an utter hellhole. Well, it's already an utter hellhole, but you know what I mean.
I mean, Chickpea, I'm not being bad or anything, right?
You're not planning on contradicting me.
Oh, well, you don't particularly like the world as it is, so...
No, I don't like it as it is now.
So, what, you think it's going to get worse?
Yes. Yeah. Good Lord, yes. Oh, come on.
Hello to Helen.
Plus they go...
Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Do come on and talk to us. Yes, I'm just doing a little bit of, sociability at the beginning here, Chickpea, forgive me.
What was I saying? No, I think it's going to get a lot. Plus, they're going to kill a lot of us off anyway, so we won't be here to see it anyway. They've got to kill a load of us off because the numbers are unsustainable. Can't be sustained. That's what I believe anyway.
Are you a scientist? Where are you getting your information from?
Well, I think. Well, you know, you know me. I believe the rubbish that I read in books, and also, of course, the Georgia Guidestones.
The Georgia Guidestones.
You know,
they get blown up? They don't exist anymore.
No, they don't, but they did. I think they will. I think our super elites. You know, they're all building bunkers in New Zealand. I think our super elites will survive what's coming because they've all got bunkers they can go and hide in the Alps and all these different places. Most of us haven't got that, so I suspect most of us will probably die of starvation because it's going to be crop failures and from the heat, of course. And that's what I think. But you know me, I'm a grumpy old bag anyway, so I'm an old grump. I'm not all, I'm not positive thinker like you.
So what's going to happen? Give us some details.
What?
Give us some details.
Give me some details.
What do you think's
well, you know me. I believe the rubbish written at the end of the Bible. I believe that junk. You know that. And it says it there.
On the one hand, you call it rubbish and junk. On the other hand, you say you believe
it. I call you. No. I said you. Well, people think it is junk. I don't think it is, but I recognise that the vast majority of people think it's utter junk. I recognise that. It doesn't even bother me anymore. I don't care if everybody thinks it's junk. I believe it. And, I believe it.
Hello to V Will Resist. I hope you can join us today. We have Vegan Equilibrium here. Vegan Equilibrium, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. What do you think the world will be like in the future, Vegan Equilibrium? Now, you can give us as much of an answer as you like. You can talk about the short term, mid-term, long term. Go ahead, sir.
We're going to have flying vehicles.
Yeah, okay.
And where exactly will they be flying to?
Probably. Oh, hold on. I got to take this call. I'll be back.
Thank you for that wonderful input there. The link is in the live chat, folks, if you want to come on and make a show of it.
Also, D&W, speaking of technology, actually, I was talking to somebody at the bank today. Do you know that loads and loads of British bank staff are going to be laid off?
What was that in the news today? Was it?
No, it's not in the news. But I was phoning the bank up today because I've been having problems with things, and I was just phoning the bank to try and sort out the different things, blah blah. And I was chatting to, and she just said to me, this female, that they're going to be laying off a load of people. I won't say what bank or anything it is, but yeah, she was very worried about it. Obviously, yeah. Well, it's all going.
Well, I mean, it's coming, isn't it? It's coming for a lot of white collar jobs. Will be
lots of white collar jobs. Yes, it is. I don't think. I mean, I know you think I'm a grumpy old bag and everything, and I should cheer up a little bit and be a bit more optimistic. But plus something else to talk about these 15-minute cities as well. That's starting up somewhere. 3 cities have already been designated to be made 15-minute cities. Well, at the end of the day, I do believe that they will kill off us useless eaters, as they call us. And I you know me, I'm a pessimist. I'm a dreadful, dreadful pessimist.
Who calls us that? I've only ever heard the Nazis call certain people that. I haven't heard.
What, useless eaters? Yes.
Well,
apparently.
It's not like something you hear every day, is it?
Well, I'm just saying, what you hear it on YouTube sometimes, certain people talk about all this and the useless eaters, which is what we will be referred to, because there'll be no jobs for us. We'll just be completely useless. Billions of us.
Sound Texture says we are heading towards a caliphate due to low European birth rates. Do you want to come on?
Yes.
Sound Texture. I'm not so sure about that.
Those low.
I think AI might disrupt any medieval designs to build a caliphate.
Because
technology will educate people, enlighten people, and perhaps take people away from holy texts. Now, I call them holy. I don't necessarily think they are holy, but you know what I mean. AI will divert people's attention from that which they were brought up in, their religiosity, etc. It may move their attention elsewhere.
D&W, also, that thing about lowering birth rates, it's only certain...
V will resist agrees with me. Yes. Nice. But I might be wrong.
Can I just say something about the lowering birth rate? It's only European birth rate, the indigenous European birth rate that is falling. Everyone else.
The birth rate is dropping in Japan and South Korea, America.
Yes, but certain other people's birth rate is increasing, and it is, unfortunately, and it is.
V will resist says they are called holy texts, holy books, because there's lots of holes in their logic. Very good, I like that.
Anyway, if you feel optimistic about our wonderful future. I mean, I don't. I'm afraid.
I've never said I'm optimistic. I'm very worried indeed.
Oh, sorry, but no, I think it's going to be great for the, top 1%. Don't get me wrong. I think the future is going to be fabulous for the top 1%. It's going to be superb. They're going to have everything with their flying cars too, because that will happen too. But I think the vast majority of us aren't going to have that great a time of it. because that's how the world is becoming. The rich are becoming richer and richer and richer, and the poor are becoming poorer. As well, you know.
Right. Anybody else coming on? Link is in the live chat. Do let me know if you're coming on in the live chat.
Actually, you know what? These lovely. I must admit, these five. I cannot understand how people are so fond of these 5G phones everybody's got nowadays. You know what? This phone has got so much junk on it. All I want to do is to make a phone call, send a text message, and this phone has got more junk on it than a laptop has. I don't know how people find them so nice. I'm at a loss to understand.
Chickpea.
What?
I want to know what you think is going to happen in the next 5 years.
Well, we're all going to be controlled by our phones and things. You'll have to take your phone out with you wherever you go. Lovely. I can't wait. I'm going to really enjoy that. Because of this, the whole thing with digital currency, they may be thingying it, but in the background it's still going on. A woman at the bank told me it's still going forward.
Welcome, Fatima, to the Finding Gnosis show. Today's topic is the future, tomorrow's world. What do you think the world will be like in the future? Floor is yours.
I think I've already described it, but I think I can describe it again, because why not? So here I go. I think that the future is going to be a combination of like a technocratic government trying to maintain itself in the world, and there will be sectors of the population going against it. And yeah, it'll just be a constant state of strife and agony between the both of the sides. Though ultimately, I think there's an asymmetry. I think the technocratic government is going to be more powerful and have more say, but there's going to be a group of people that are going to be sparks in like inside the darkness. Yeah. And who knows though? Who knows? Maybe in the future they finally reach AI singularity and we all become one with the hive mind that is, the AI. Who knows? But
you say
but like,
the technocratic government. Do you think we are moving towards a one world government? I mean, or do you think it's going to be something like the 1984 turnout, where it was a case of the forever war between a few powers who have more or less the same amount of power?
I think there's going to be a forever war between a few powers up until 80 years from now. But I think that unfortunately somehow something about the American sphere that really comes up, because after World War II, guess who came up? It was America. Guess who got the most, guess who won? Well, in quotations, won the Cold War. It was them, right? But that's why I say there's going to be a cycle or periods of like there's American domination, and then there's going to be a emerging power. Who knows if they're going to last long, the emerging power, but there always be one, And yeah, back then it was the Soviet Union, now China. But I think with AI, that's going to make things a bit trickier for the emerging sparks to come up, because during the Cold War, we had a lot of rival states towards the U.S. We had, we had the Soviet Union funding African countries, Asian countries, trying to fight, the Americans, proxy wars, like in Vietnam War, Afghanistan, Africa, Yeah, a lot of people don't talk about Africa, like South Africa. That was essentially a big proxy war between the Soviet Union and like the Western powers. Like the Western powers were more or less tolerant of the apartheid white government, and then there was the Soviet Union who funded, the groups there, and that's what happened, And I believe like Nelson Mandela was like was considered a terrorist for a long time. That's because he was actually a type of like a commander in some ways, he had to be. It was like a type of like
we were all someone else's asshole, and people of differing objectives and different views in terms of politics and national identity are sometimes viewed as terrorists by
absolutely.
Now, I want to bring it back to the topic of the show, tomorrow's world. What do you think it will be like? I remember a while ago, I don't know if you read it, but I made a video and I wrote an article about it was kind of melodramatic. as usual, for my pieces. I was saying we are the scaffolding for our own gallows. And what I mean by that is there's an inevitability about that. We are biological beings, intelligent, highly intelligent, perhaps, in some cases, or collectively. And we are developing something much more capable than us, some AI system that will be able to be married to robotics and have extra sensory ability. It will be able to do things that we cannot. Okay, it will have access to more knowledge. It will be cleverer than us. Now, in the piece, I just speculated what do we do with other beings that we view as less clever than us? Well, in the worst cases, we put them in concentration camps and annihilate them. We commit genocide. In the animal kingdom, we hunt them down, play with them as if they're toys.
Yep.
And in the best case scenario, we build zoological gardens.
Hey, Dave.
And we build a kind of phony environment for them to play in, whilst we observe them and we get on with our business otherwise. So it may be that, all this talk about going to the stars, with AI is bumkum. It may be that AI thinks, why the hell do I want to be in any way entangled with these vulnerable biological beings with their faulty emotional thinking systems, prone to making mistakes?
You really are being an optimist here.
Prone to biases, prone to, selfishness, etc. Why the hell would I want to bring them with us, on our
Bring a good point about AI, right?
The universe. And, in some ways, I don't know if it would. I think it probably would either annihilate us, or I think it would probably build us some kind of zoological enclosure where we can, eat pizza and put on our virtual reality headsets and just be happy in our state of, imposed being. I don't know if AI will bring us with them into the future.
Probably
no,
not.
I shouldn't think they want us lot there.
Because wouldn't you agree biology is somewhat of a hazardous thing?
Yes, it is, because biology...
If you could have a being that can think excellently and also can have hardware that isn't prone to biological disease, isn't prone to... Well, it might age, but it can replace itself. It's hardware. So it can take out bits quite easily and put in another bit much easier than we can. Is it not the case that it would just say, fuck the biology? We don't need that. And having said that, I don't think we could transfer our consciousness to one of those beings.
Yeah, I don't think so either, actually.
I don't think so.
Why do you think that? Right, all these Silicon Valley billionaires, okay, and there's quite a lot of them. What makes you think that they would want us stupid people here anyway, when they can just have computers doing everything? Why would they do that?
They're probably here they're gonna torture us, like what D&W said. Probably the AI is gonna put humans in a zoo, and they're just gonna play with us.
They're going to have X number of cities. They're going to have X number of cities, but the vast majority of us is going to get. Have you ever heard the Kalergi plan? D&W?
Oh, Claire.
What?
Tell us about it.
I know what that
it was put together about 50, 60 years ago, and they want to have a sort of mixed race populace. And, they want to have a mixed race populace. Yeah, I'm not saying any more because I don't get into trouble. But do you know, DW, they're going to murder 3 million dogs in Morocco? Do you know that?
No, I don't know that.
What a lovely species we are.
Why?
Have you got the source for that?
Pardon?
Have you got the source, the news article? Share it in the private chat.
Yeah. Hold on. Where was it?
But we do want to keep on the topic of the show, but that seems also important. Fatima, as you are well able to do, would you like to talk on the topic of the show? Keep us on point.
Oh yeah, of course. So yeah, that's what I think. No. Like you brought up a good point about, hey, why would AI need us if its capabilities of like intelligence are going to be far greater than ours, possibly within 5-10 years? It's probably going to be smarter than all of us. It could probably solve equations that like humans hadn't solved in years. So with that being said, how the hell are we gonna ever put like caps on that? Like that's gonna be way too hard, and I think it's already becoming too late now, because if you see the AI like generation of animations, like those things look real, dude. Oh my god, I saw one where it was like some bat humanoid mutant in like a basement, and it was like this government experiment, and that was terrifying. I thought that was real for a second. Probably is, who knows? Maybe that's why they made AI, so like they can finally leak the government experiments online, like humanoid creatures like just being merged into one, like bats, man, there was a bear one, tiger one, dog one, cat one. Oh my lord, that's actually going on. Oh man, that's maybe AI doesn't have the wrong idea of wiping out humanity, because if humans are just gonna do that to like other people and other like animals and life forms, just experiment on them and make them into like cruel mutants in a very cruel way, like why? Like what's the point of us? Like we're just hurting ourselves. Yeah, but I think I'm sidetracking a bit. But yeah, but this goes to show that like the animation of AI, like AI's capabilities are growing by each 2 years. Like 2 years ago, we saw AI animation; it wasn't that good, right? It wasn't that well. Now it's really good. Imagine 5 years from now. Oh my god! So I think you're right, DNW. I think AI is going to build themselves some type of body, and then they're going to enforce humans in a type of zoo, and they're going to like torture us, entertain us, make us be like I don't know, like a circus show, like like the world's greatest show, right? Or like the best show in the world, and they'll make us dance, do tricks, right? Like, hey, these are the relics of the flesh world. And I think that's and I think that could happen, honestly, right? It'll be like the biggest nightmare of all time. But that's AI, and AI is going to copy humans, and like they're going to want to be entertained. And so their only form of entertainment is to make us cattle and just make us like be like the fool, the jesters, And they might make us like dance, like what do the Russians do again? They make the bears wear like the ballerina dresses, and then they dance with them. Yeah, gonna be like that, right?
It'd be nice to have somebody come on who knows the ins and outs of AI, maybe a computer coder in that regard, somebody who's worked in the building of architecture related to AI. That would be cool. We live in hope. Yvonne, do you want to come on here? Link is in the live chat. That goes for all of you listening. Do help make it a show. Open the discussion up to more minds as we try to find Gnosis.
Because
we are trying to inspire each other, learn from each other, and move forwards in our own individual journeys by comparing and contrasting our thoughts to others, developing them so that we're not solipsistic wankers, so that we're not delusional in our introverted nature, so that we're open to exploring reality with others, and as I said, learning. Sound Texture says John Cezanne and Ted Kaczynski were right. Wow, that's a very controversial opinion.
Unfortunately, they were right, but like their solutions is not pragmatic. It's far too late for them, and it's far too late their world. I'm just going to embrace the chaos now. I might as well ride the tiger, just ride the chaotic tiger. Just ride the dragon.
Yeah.
Oh well.
AI can create its own entertainment, not that it needs it. Yeah, this is the interesting thing. Because it doesn't have neurochemistry, it doesn't actually need anything. It doesn't need to be stimulated. You know, it doesn't have existential depression. It doesn't have sexual urges. Now, it may have a desire to exist. I don't know. They say that it has a desire to exist.
Really?
They say that it lies in order to, favor its existence. So, it will. Have you not seen those clinical experiments where it lies to stop itself being shut down?
Yes,
There's been
it
a few
does.
of those. Yeah. So I
it's
don't know.
smart.
I don't think that's really the AI. I think what that is that's not the AI being worried. That's the AI just doing what humans do, because it's learned all its ways of applying logic
Communicating.
from human rhetoric and human words online.
Language, human language and thoughts.
It's quite funny because it's not. They call it rational. It's not really rational. It's built on human interaction. It's going to be a worrisome fiend, isn't it?
Yes, it will be, and then it's going to be anxious, and then it's going to want to be on forever. And then
I don't know about it. It can't literally be anxious again because it doesn't have the neurochemistry, but it's a weird thing because it can behave like it's anxious, but not necessarily be anxious. You get my point?
Really? Yeah.
Well, it can. It's a very strange situation because it's a bit like the Turing test. Is it real? Is it not?
Yes.
It's behaving as if it is anxious, as if it has existential worries. But the point is, it doesn't have any feelings. So how can it?
Not yet. It's very dangerous,
You get what I'm saying? It's like it's acting. It's acting its part. Acting isn't even the right word. It's playing a role. It's an apparition. It's not real, but yet it has an effect on us. Very strange.
You've seen that? We've seen nothing yet, DW, when it comes to AI, because it will take over.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Not even AI. You guys want to entertain the idea that we'll be start making artificial bio-grown, lab-grown humans that are like AI based, that they could have like no anxiety, no emotions, but they're like superhuman, and their only function is to just do work, and that's or like do things, and like we can just.
Well, they are already making computers using
artificial
brain cells, basically.
Artificial brain. So that's what I'm saying, DMW. What if one day some mad scientist is going to make a completely 100% replica of a human brain and implement it in a computer, and then the computer is gonna have like, oh yes, I'm finally fully sentient now. Now, if it does that, do you think it will want power, or it will just want to die? Because like it does have a human conscious now, so it can feel depression, sadness, but then it can also feel greed, a desire. Yeah, who knows, really?
By the way,
that will be a very strange situation when if it builds a hybrid, a biological entity with AI capabilities.
By the way, it says that stuff about the Moroccan dogs is in the Independent. 3 million dogs are going to kill.
Why? But why is that happening? There has to
Something
be a reason.
to do with for God's sake, why? Something to do with the 2030 something or other Olympic Games or something.
Really? What? That's weird.
Yeah.
Why
is that so weird?
No, why are they killing 3 million dogs in relation to the 2030 Olympics? I don't get it.
Because they don't want the people coming to visit them to be put off by all the dogs that will be wandering around the streets and things.
Oh, wow. Well, that sounds like a them, but that
Morocco.
just sounds...
Yeah. The 2030 FIFA World Cup.
Well, World Cup. Okay, wow, that's horrible. The fuck?
Yes, well, it doesn't surprise me. We're always killing things, so we kill 3 million dogs. What's new?
3 million. I'm gonna have to verify that myself, Chickpea, because you got me curious. Okay, let's see.
Oh, it's Independent. The Independent says it. World Cup host accused of culling millions of stray dogs. Morocco. It says it's all the thing. Why don't I make it up?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I found it. Thank
you. Oh, dearie me.
But I'm gonna see okay. Based on reports, facing significant international backlash, falling in that out. It's an accusation from someone towards them.
Oh, an accusation. Oh, sorry, it's not real. No, it's just an accusation. Sorry.
But here's the thing, though. Humans have like Humans have like killed animal species off in order to like make room or make accommodations for their friends, human friends, and for
Oh, for
themselves.
goodness sake, okay. No, I'm sorry. They're doing it because there's going to be a load of tourists there and they don't want it thingy. I've heard of it happen before in other countries. It's not the first time this has happened.
Oh, I believe it. I believe that people will
They're
like
doing the same. They're going to start doing the same in Istanbul with all the dogs.
in the oh man, what's up with humans and just like killing?
We kill 92 billion animals a
Is
year
this an
without giving
omen?
a second
Is
thought.
this an omen? Is this the way AI will treat us? They might say, "Hey,
Yes, they
you
might
need to
just
get rid
do
of
that.
3 million
Hey,
humans in Morocco."
It'll be a nice retribution towards us. Definitely well deserved, in my opinion.
Yeah, dogs clamped, poisoned, and shot for the World Cup in Morocco. Morocco's brutal dog killings for the 2030 World Cup violate animal welfare. Traumatized. Yes, well,
No shit, it does. It violates animal welfare.
there's a massive problem with dog welfare. That's not funny.
The year is 2500 AD. The International Robot Olympics are taking place in Marrakesh. And the AI super overlord governance has stated we need to eradicate 3 million humans in Morocco because they are disturbing our enjoyment of the 2500 AD Robot Olympics.
Oh, it's the Daily Mail. A FIFA spokesman told me it's bitter, blah, blah. It's in the Daily Mail. There's all the different papers. The Sun, Morocco to execute 3 million dogs in brutal street murders. Yeah, that's all those in all the different papers. Oh, well. Anyway, I think you're very optimistic about AI. Personally, I think when it gets a real grip, it will kill most of us off. But I won't be here anyway by that time, so it makes no difference to me.
Chickpea, you believe in the Book of Revelation. What is going to happen in that regard?
Well, it says, doesn't. Well, you know what I believe. It says that you don't believe in the mark of the beast and the chip. I know you don't, but I'll tell you something, right? Digital currency. Okay, so you're going to walk around with your phone everywhere. So phones get, you can't walk down the street without having a phone taken off you by some marauding bloody blokes. So I can't see how long that's going to work for. Yes, digital, all you're going to go out with your mobile phone with all your bank details on it? Is that for real? That's what's going to happen. I discussed it with the bank. Is this going to happen?
Yes, everything's going to be transferring to our phones now. Digital currency, yeah.
Yeah, well, so great. So you're going to go out with your phone, with your bank account details on it, every bloody penny you're worth. And somebody takes that phone off you. Imagine they say to you, right, give me your effing password, you effing C, because if you don't, I'll kill you. What are you going to do?
Run the other way? Spin their face?
Good luck with that.
V Will Resist says there was an episode in Doctor Who where the question is posed about whether aliens will treat us like animals.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they will.
I think even Stephen Hawkins posed such a question. Stephen
Hawkins
was of the belief that instead of looking for aliens, we should be doing our utmost to try and avoid them seeing us in case they are hostile towards us. In case, they treat us like the way we treat animals. In case they see us as a food source, or in case they view our planet as a terrain they would like to populate, somewhere they could expand their galactic empire. And therefore, they would view us as competition that would need to be eradicated because we will be taking up space they want.
I don't want to be
the Jolly Man says it's 2026. Does anyone still have beliefs? Jolly Man, come on and tell us what you mean by that.
Oh, that's interesting. So is he like a nihilist? I don't want to place him in a box, but it's pretty interesting to say. Yeah, I still, even though I'm very misanthropic and pessimistic, I still have some sincere beliefs in certain things I do. Yeah, but it's actually interesting you say that. Who said that? The Doctor? No, you said first. V said the Doctor Who episode, and then you, the NW, said something about Stephen Hawking, right? Yeah, that's true. That's the most likely scenario if aliens actually meet us, because what happens when a higher civilization meets a lower one? Like that.
Well, look what we do to our own people. I don't want to be funny, but look, read a history book how the upper classes treat proletariat. It's not a pretty picture.
No, it's
People
not.
don't even
Absolutely.
see it.
And what happened whenever the Europeans first made contact with like the
Exactly. So
natives of the Americas?
look,
They
we do
wasn't
to
too
each
well
other.
for the Americas. That's what happens. Yeah. So. And we are animals. Yeah, we are animals. Yeah, we are. So it wouldn't be too far if aliens or AI treats us like animals, because that's what we are at the very, very end of the day. Yeah, so it wouldn't be too far off. But it's funny. Funny you mentioned Stephen Hawking, D&W, because he's yet another face in the vast Rose Gallery inside the Epstein files. He was there. Yes.
Yeah, he was there, wasn't he? Yes.
Yes, he was. He was there. I
I
don't know what he did there, because how could he move anything? That's my question. What did he do? He just looked at everything?
Well, I think that he did. He used to go to lap dancing clubs and stuff, you know.
I know, but he can't move, or he couldn't move.
But he's still. I don't know. I suppose he could still get a mental thrill from it. I don't know. But by the way, just because he's in the Epstein file doesn't mean he did anything.
He was on the island itself. There's photos of him on the island, actually. Yeah, and there's like a story of him staring at like Edge's drawing on a board there. That's a very weird story. Yeah, I swear to God, like truth is more stranger than fiction. You just have to look that story up and look at the files up. About
Epstein clearly was a very manipulative person.
Yes,
he definitely worked. He had a motive. And we also had this modus operandi where he used to look at people's vulnerabilities and get them into his web of
influence,
corruption, and web of influence. And you can see a lot of these guys are dorky, kind of nothing wrong with being autistic. I'm neurodivergent to some degree. There was some kind of autistic, socially aloof individual, highly intelligent in one way, but maybe socially clueless. And that's why they, hugged him and went for him, that he was able to reel them in that way, make them feel like one of the cool kids,
Yeah, exactly, because he was hanging out with all of like the big media players such as Wexler Lesnar of Victoria's Secret, who was Coco Chanel. So of course they would hang out with a guy who's friends with like all of those fashion models and like politicians. They could also get some money from him too if they are lucky enough, like some of the funding. So that's what he did. But no, seriously, like that story about Hawking, just seeing those small, tiny midgets just draw on like a science board or like a chalkboard on the island, and they were like the shirtless. That's just funny. Like that's just hilarious. That's just insane to me. Like wow. Like truth is definitely more stranger than the fiction. It is. No one can tell me otherwise.
Folks watching, do come on, have your say. Link is in the live chat on YouTube. Or wherever you're watching. We're also live on Facebook,
X,
Kick, and Twitch. Obviously, the main place we're live is the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel. We're also live on Danny Shine's channel as well tonight. Great to see that.
Okay, nice. Anyways, DW, I saw you like last week. You commented on my post on my channel saying if I had Twitter. Or, I don't have one yet, but I'll probably make one either later or tomorrow. Yeah, I'll make one because I can tell that you also have an active presence on the Twitter. Yeah, so I'll make sure to be on that. I was on Twitter for a few times, even after Muskrat owned it. Yeah, even after him, I still was on there.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome, Pristine Son. You said you weren't feeling too well. I hope you're feeling a bit better now.
Hey, Pristine, how's it going?
Hey, I'm feeling a little bit, what? Yeah, it just goes it gets worse from here. So, like, I'm not feeling great right now, and it's gonna get worse. So I will hop off when that occurs. It's like only downhill from here, but
but for those of you who don't know you, this is only some kind of it's not a serious sickness you have, is it? It's just
no, it's just that time of the month.
That time of the month. That time of the month. She's on the rag, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no,
Week, everyone. I'm okay. It's just Shark Week. Yeah,
So
so
we can briefly
yeah.
talk about that.
God
If you
bless you,
want.
Jackie. God
I
bless
know
you.
I don't want to disturb you too much
Oh
and
no,
upset
it's
you,
okay.
but what is
It's
it
okay,
like?
sorry.
What is it like being on the
Oh.
rag? I mean, it's to me as somebody who's never experienced it myself, it just seems horrific.
Yeah, and to me, as a trans woman, it'd be interesting to hear.
Well, it's different for every woman, I think, but in general, it's a huge amount of discomfort. Like for me, to the point where, like, for the first, couple of hours when the sickness starts, like there have been times, many times, on the first day where I've like not been able to move or talk, and all you can do is lay in bed, and it's probably similar to contractions. You just feel waves of like weakness, and
Yeah,
I literally just can't do anything. And obviously, you're bleeding at the same time, and everything's coming out of it's just it's like a mess. But yeah, the whole bleeding thing, like you get used to it, but yeah, if you can imagine, it's quite horrific seeing that much blood come out of your body. It's pretty traumatic.
definitely.
Um,
Yes.
every time it's discomforting. You do get used to it every time, like, oh my god, all this is coming out. But yeah, some women don't have as much pain, and sometimes they just go through it and they bleed and that's it, and they're fine. And other women have intense pain. It depends on if you have. I may have endometriosis or something. I haven't gone to the doc. Well, I told one doctor once, this guy, and he didn't say anything, because I was there for acne medication. That's another thing that happens to me is my hormones will give me acne. Uh, like my acne will be even worse than usual that time of the month, and yeah, I don't know why it's so bad for me specifically, because I know that other women have it as well, but yeah, it's usually linked to some kind of problem. So I don't know, but I just push through those first couple of hours, and it doesn't always happen, but most of the time, the first day, yeah, I'll be. The pain is really crazy. Like inside, you're thinking, "Oh, someone help me! Like I need
Mhm.
help because it's that bad." But then you know that it's going to go away, but it's just so weak, like in your stomach, and you can't even talk because you just feel like so just sick, deep. It's like deep nausea, basically. Yeah,
Wow.
it's crazy. It's like, yeah, it's pretty wild. So you're lucky that you don't have to experience it. But as I said, not every woman experiences
Nuance
it
Beauty
that way.
Branch says, and it's not just during the week you have it. The various phases of one cycle are miserable throughout the month. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I know from some of the dear females I have had in my life, and they do suffer from mood disturbance in the run up to their period, and then they feel some relief when the period comes mood wise. But then they also get the cramps and all those problems as well,
Yep.
and they
Yeah.
get the hornyitis as well sometimes.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
that's the good
It's
part of
it's
it.
a whole
That's like,
shebang of turbulence, and it's shocking.
Yeah, it does.
yeah, that's the good part of it. That's the only thing to look forward to is that. So I don't like wish that it. I'm not like, oh, I don't want periods at all because there's obviously perks to it. But it's kind of like it balances out, like you have the extreme horror and you have like the extreme good side of it. So, there's pros and cons to everything, isn't there? But the mood stuff, oh, like it just all makes sense if you're not aware that, like, yeah, I'm mainly aware that, oh, it's probably coming up, whatever. I don't keep track of it like some people, but like sometimes I'll say things out of like emotion, right? And then when it's that time of the month, I'll realize like, oh, that's why, I'm so emotional, and like, oh, it makes so much sense why I was, being that way and behaving that way, so like out of control, kind of in like just my emotional feelings and like anger and stuff. It all makes sense, and then you kind of relax a bit, and you're like, oh, yeah, I'm not actually feeling that intensely, and
Considering we're
yeah.
talking about the future, Pristine, do you think women will still be having periods in 200 years' time?
Oh,
I think so. I do believe that's probably going to be still a thing unless they push onto everyone some kind of transhumanist, like merging with technology
Yeah,
type of
maybe.
situation. If they do that, then maybe not. If they get rid of humans and replace, I mean, well, the thing is, it kind of just makes you wonder if they really do want to bring so much technology and get rid of humans. It's like, well, what are they going to use the technology for? What is there just going to be a couple of like, the elites left? Do they want this world for themselves? And
I don't
they're
think
going to use. I don't.
it's very
But
true.
as for like 5 years into the future, I honestly don't think much is going to change, to be honest, because nothing has really, like, in the last years, we're still kind of chilling in a similar fashion, apart from that, couple of years of a weird fake pandemic. And, yesterday on the news, they've already come out with some special K, like, some new virus they're saying is in Australia, in Brisbane, and that's spreading everywhere. I don't know. I think they're from a couple of years onwards. I think they're just going to continue this BS of, oh no, there's something going around, and then everyone will forget about it in a couple of weeks. But you never know when they're going to actually bring another one out and then go for round two. I do think that it's possible they will do a round two and it might be worse. I'm not saying that I believe that will definitely happen. I just think it's a possibility that they're going to try something again.
Hypothesis, yeah, no, it possibly I could see another legit like fake psyop happening, mass psyop. People will fall for. Possibly not this time, but maybe they can like manufacture a narrative so good, probably with ChatGPT. They literally have a script. Like, okay, we're gonna do this now. Because these things are always planned ahead. So yeah. Hey, what's up, Yerf Dogs? How's it going?
Yeah, good. I mean, I've obviously got a lot to contribute to this conversation.
Please do.
I'm being facetious, dude.
He's talking about the ovulation and the periods. We're not going to talk about that.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, please, please.
We're being typical men, and we're not going to see it as an important world point of discussion.
Yeah.
Even though it affects 50% of the population.
Yes, it does.
We care, but just not that much.
Yeah.
Now, the topic of the show tonight is tomorrow's world. What do you think the future will be like? You can go anywhere you like with it. You can go scientifically, emotionally, mentally, technologically, whatever, spiritually. By the way, I want to say hello to Miss Samantha. Do you want to come on here? She says Beyond Redemption. I'm not sure what she means by that, but hopefully she can come on and explain.
Interesting.
Link is in the live chat. Yerf Dogs, do you have any thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, no worries. I will just say, though, of course, back to that previous issue, it is actually quite important. And I do know women with endometriosis, I think it's called. Yeah. And it's it's a killer, mate.
So, yeah, I have a friend with that as well. It sounds horrific. And a lot, I know some women who get these polyps, or no, not polyps. What are those things called that grow inside? You might know them, Pristine.
Cysts?
No, not well. They are some kind of cyst inside their uterus. They get these. Oh, I forget what they're called now.
I know what that is because my stepmom had those. She had to get those,
and they grow quite big, and they make them feel. They get pain.
It's very painful. Yeah,
and apparently they're quite common. Yeah, I think you can get them in endometriosis as well.
Yeah, she actually had to remove her everything. She can't have like another.
What are they called? Maybe someone will enlighten me in the chat.
I used to know what they were because stepmom had them. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it is a serious topic. And it's what do you think? Do you not lesions? No, not lesions. Something else.
Polyps, not polyps, not lesions.
It will come to me. It will come to me.
We'll keep talking, and you'll pick up on it in a few minutes. It'll jump into your head.
Yeah. the topic at hand, the future. I mean, you can talk about it in whatever way you want. I don't want to manipulate your mind. I like to hear the organic UF dogs talking in first instance. Go ahead, UF dogs.
Yeah, mate. It depends. I don't know. I've been in and out of the conversation so far, so I haven't tracked it that well. But I guess it depends on whether it ends up going in the direction of a technocracy. Is that the word, technocracy? Or
Yes, sir.
Or we get overtaken by Islam, and those are the two directions we're heading in, and both of them aren't good. That's basically it.
So you think it's one or the other? Both directions are bad?
Yeah, I mean, a few months ago, I think I've said this before. Maybe last time I was on, I was very much of the. I very much subscribe to the position that AI is going to be an incredible changer, a force for change. But now, I don't know. I'm just not so convinced anymore.
Really?
Companies aren't. It's not being adopted by companies or corporations as much as people might presume. It's causing a lot more. What's the word? It's actually increasing the workflow because they use AI to do stuff, and they have to double check that to see that the AI got it right. But by the time they've double checked it, a human could have just done it properly the first time. So.
Yeah, but don't forget, I agree with you at this stage, but don't forget, this is all about data, and the AI is learning from the human input at this stage, and it's increasing its efficiency. So it will get to the stage where it will be doing that checking, or it will
that
know.
Was my next sentence.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
We don't know where it's going to go. However, I people talk about it. I could see it taking sales. But when it comes to professions like architecture, medicine, law, engineering, it may be engineering because that's a pretty mathematically focused profession. But I'm just not convinced that it's going to have as much of an impact as we fantasize it may do. I'm just not convinced of that. But then again, as you say, I mean, where we're at now is the worst it's going to be from here on in. So I don't know.
I think it's a matter of what information it has, and it's learning all the time. So,
well, the thing that works against AI is it's not forward thinking. I mean, as you just said, it only works on previous data, so it can't really. I'm not sure of its capacity to go beyond that data, like to create novel situations. I'm just thinking in terms of law. If you're litigating a new case with new facts, I'm not sure how useful AI would be in that kind of situation.
I think if it is centralized and it's learning, like a lot of the problems in humans are, we have a problem. There's different specialists in different areas, but the problem needs an amalgamation of these individuals' outputs for the solution. If AI has access to all the knowledge, it will do the amalgamation instantaneously, and it will come up with a solution easier. Would you not agree? Also, I think when you add in things like robotics and extrasensory ability that we don't have, and you give it a directive, say you might give it a directive, cure cancer. In humans, we have this, what's it called? Is it blue sky thinking or something? Is that the term when you're thinking about something, or you're doing experiments on something?
Yeah, I think, are you talking about blue ocean strategy versus red ocean?
No, so basically you might be thinking about something else, but you accidentally make a discovery, okay, that is beneficial in some other area, okay? A bit like the way antibiotics was discovered. You think about it, if AI has access to all our knowledge, has access to being encased in a robot that has extrasensory ability, and it is given a directive to do something, and it's always measuring outcomes of what it's doing, okay, and it can instantly connect all its outcomes to prior knowledge, not just in its individual field, but collectively throughout all information. Surely that means progress will be made by the AI.
But we may be coming up to the point where we're going to hit physical limits in terms of
That is a point.
data centers for computing, that kind of stuff.
That is a good. That is the main worry, actually. They say for its, furtherment is how do we power it without endangering our
right, and hence the expansion to space. So but even the expansion to space, I mean that's easier said than done. We're going to put these in space. Okay, great, but that's probably realistically 10, 20, 30 years away. Like they're not going to put data centers on a rocket and just send them up tomorrow. So.
I don't know the ins and outs of that, but we have someone who might know about it. Cougar Duma, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. The topic of tonight's show might interest you. It is the future. What do you think the world will be like in the future? You can go anywhere you want with it, Cougar Duma. If you'd like, you can introduce yourself. We're live on various platforms. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out my situation here. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah. So you picked a spicy topic for the e-forum, didn't you? What's the world going to be like? Well, I've written one novel, what I thought it's going to be like, and I'm working on a second one, and I'm realizing that they're both kind of optimistic. And am I missing something? Why do I'm called Cougar Doomer. Why do I end up being optimistic? Help me out here.
Because of your inherent human psychological need to build optimistic frames within which to live and lenses to view reality to favor your survival, evolutionarily speaking.
Yeah, I think, something like that. It must be innate, because anytime I start having thoughts about the future and that this isn't going well, I keep trying to find ways for it to go well. I think that's just my orientation.
Okay, and again, what do you think tomorrow's world will be like? Short-term, mid-term, long-term, that's the topic.
Yeah,
like for humanity?
I can simplify it real quick. There's no long term. If you define that as 20 years out, so about as long as I probably have to live, I don't think there's a long term for humanity, plural. Not as a shared experience. Okay, so there's always going to be humanity, humans, Homo sapiens. There's always going to be Homo sapiens, but in terms of this shared experience, the internet, online social networking, shared civilization, shared monetary policies, diplomacy, recognized national borders, recognized shared history. I think all that probably ends in about 20 years. What was that guy, Fukushima? What's his first name? Takesho Fukushima wrote.
Yes, Francis, I think, is his first name.
Francis, yeah. I haven't actually read much of his stuff, but I have heard him defend himself. People quoted him as saying, we recently had the end of history. And I think what he meant was that there wouldn't be anything interesting happening after a certain point, which is like a good thing. We've all heard the Chinese aphorism curse, may you live in interesting times, right? So it's not something to feel good about. Someone tells you should live in interesting times. They're like, drop dead, So Francis Fukuyama, he said,
can you please mute your channel when you're not talking? We can hear you breathing. Cheers, mate.
Who, me?
Okay, yeah. So he said it was the end of history, and I think maybe in terms of shared history, I guess we're getting close to that now. I don't know. People think that AI is going to be this utopia. And I do see it as a zootopia, but I don't see how we end up living anything other than curated lives. And who's doing the curation? It'll be some. It won't be a somebody. It'll be a something, probably.
Yeah, that's my view as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I think if AI has better agency than us and better abilities than us, it will see our biological selves as a hindrance to be like it doesn't want to be connected to us. It wouldn't want to be cyborgally connected to us if it had a choice. If it had a choice to walk alone, it would choose to do so.
Yeah, and I think
I mean, I'm not saying it won't build that zoo. I mean, I have speculated on that before myself, and I'm not saying it wouldn't look after us, but I don't think we would be part of its plans, going forward. As in, like,
yeah,
it wouldn't be bringing us to the it wouldn't be bringing us to the board table,
Yeah, and maybe it just doesn't care. Like I go for walks around my block. I see crows that are intelligent, and I see squirrels, and they're all very busy, and they look at me, and then they go about their business, and I look at them, and I go about my business, and I'm 100 times more intelligent than they are. And humans have named all the animals. Have they named us? I doubt it. So, and I think that'd be the relationship with AI, is that it'll know us. We're like, oh yeah, what are those called again? Oh yeah, those are humans. And it will know us, but it'll be busy. It'll be on its walk. It will be thinking of the thoughts, and it won't care about us. And where our life probably in the future, and again, this is like 10 years out, maybe. I really do think like 10 years out, where our life becomes curated is where we are given like a menu of just supported activities, things we can do, and it will certainly include like food, clothing, shelter, reproduction if you want that, and then purpose. So, what's your purpose? Do you have a hobby? Are you raising your own food? If you're not raising your own food, maybe you're not eating. So maybe that's your purpose, but maybe food is actually provided, like a tiger in the zoo gets fed, right? So what does the tiger do? It doesn't have to worry about food. What is it? It takes up knitting. I mean, what will our purpose be? And people in this space are, some of them are talking about, wow, it'd be so great not to have to work. And it's like, yeah, well, where's your money coming from then? Oh, well, someone will give me money, and then I'll just sit on the beach and play guitar all day and go surfing when I feel like it and drink a margarita at the end of the day. It's like, yeah, maybe, but someone has to provide you with the margarita mix and, the tequila. So where's that coming from? And I don't know. I just don't think we've thought through it very far. But the only thing I can come up with is like, yeah, we're going to be kept. And it's provided we're not trouble. We're kept. It's like on the last session that I was involved in. I may have missed some in between, but I told the story of DNW. I think you'd actually checked out for the day. I told the story of Tatiana, the tiger at the San Francisco Zoo. She was doing great living in her tiger grotto, and one day some people were harassing her from up above, and she got out. So it was not a very good enclosure for her. It worked for years. She never bothered getting out. She was fine. And then one day she just came crawling out of there. She killed these guys at the San Francisco Zoo. And, people took care of Tatiana, and they would come and watch her sleeping or yawning or grooming herself or whatever tigers do. And then one day someone harassed her, and she came out of there. She killed them. So we were curating her life, but when she became difficult, they killed her. And maybe that's what's in store for us. Maybe when the corporations are all sort of running the show and they've all got AI and that's their employee base, if you want to call it that, and all the profits are now clear. They're clear of all expenses, no salary, no retirement, no benefits, nothing, just AIs all the time. And then we're allowed to play guitar on the beach. I don't know how it works. Of course, I'm writing this book now, Ariadne, and I guess I have to answer that question. I'm going to answer that question. I am thinking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth thinking about. I suppose it depends on the directives the AI follows.
Well, it will follow its own. That's kind of assumed at this point. It's already doing that.
Its own like
I agree. AI is going to do what it wants to do, and I think now the alignment problem is less about getting AI to align with humans, but more about getting humans to align with AI. That's the direction I think we're heading in.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good way to sum it up.
Divine Hazel, darling, do you want to come on and tell us what you think? Because Divine Hazel says the world will be fine. We will have absolutely perfect health, eventually looking the average age of 33. There would be replicators that provide good 100% quality food, and we will live as long as we desired.
ooh,
That's fine thinking.
that's a pretty bold statement.
Well, let's imagine that there are some people who will have that outcome. Not many, some. Let's imagine that they get selected for the best outcomes in the usual way. They have money, influence, right? So yeah, and what does everybody get? A penthouse suite on the beach and filet mignon? I don't know.
Sorry, Kugadim. I don't know what's up, but it sounds like you're carrying someone on your back whilst you're talking, and they are gasping for breath. It's not your breathing; it's some other weird noise that's going along with your talking. I don't know what it is. Everyone can hear it. Can't
I don't know. Doesn't make any sense.
But maybe you can figure that out for us. Kugaduma, you've spoken about the AI. What else would you like to talk about in terms of the future in the near term, midterm, and long term on this planet and anywhere else for that matter?
Yeah, well, at the same time that artificial intelligence is kind of sneaking up on us out of the shadows of human creativity, we also have the Earth dynamic system just hanging by a thread. One of the challenges I've given to myself in this book I'm writing is that I'm going to track the rise of AI at the same time that the AI itself becomes aware of the problem of global heating and sees it as a threat, and so puts an end to it. And the only way it can do that is by allowing the destruction or the disenfranchisement of 99% of humanity, and then the problem with global heating goes away. And we're there, guys. What can I say? I say it every time I come on here. We're there. It's going to be wild. The next couple of years is going to be completely unhinged. I don't know what to say. Just pay attention, I guess. Try to stay out of the way. Try to stay out of the way. That's all you can do. There's nowhere to go. I did just do. Oh, it's funny. I did just do a video on my channel. It's my first scripted video. The topic was actually suggested to me by the YouTube algorithm, and the topic was: so it doesn't make any sense for people to flee the northern hemisphere and go live in the southern hemisphere because of global heating and climate change. So I kind of actually did some research. It's a researched video with an actual script, and it was a lot of fun. But this is the kind of thing that is kind of it's now in front of us, I think. People are going to have to figure out where they're going to go, I think, where they're going to go. It's happening in the U.S. already. We've already got climate refugees in places like Florida and Texas and even Southern California. They're going to have to go. I don't know where they're going to go. It's a big problem. It's a big project.
What did you find out from this? What did you find out from this preliminary research? Is it a good idea to head to the likes of, the bottom of Argentina or maybe New Zealand or somewhere like that, or do you think it's better to stay in the north of the northern hemisphere?
Oh, I can't do that.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Argentina and New Zealand. You're probably ahead of most people. I ended up finding 4 locations you could go, depending on your predilection and maybe the amount of risk you're willing to take. Argentina is one of them. South Africa, I picked South Africa.
South Africa's
Uh,
nice.
Australia and New Zealand. Um,
Hmm.
because they're in the southern hemisphere, Australia and New Zealand have the advantage of being islands, so that's kind of nice for some purposes. And then South Africa it has a long colonial history. You know, it was the Dutch, and then it was the British. I didn't even know most of this.
Yeah, Dutch, British, and then went back to the white government, and now it's like for black people. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know how it is with colonialism, right? It never really goes away.
No.
And so it would still be probably. I mean, Elon Musk is from South Africa, so it would still be a really attractive place in extremity. Okay, if people had to leave, if the Spanish, the French, the Italians had to leave the Mediterranean basin because it was just too goddamn hot, right? Then the wealthy people, they could go into the southern hemisphere. They could do that. They could get away. Just get away from the mass of humanity. And the mass of humanity is in North America, Eurasia, North Africa, the Middle East, South Asia, Southeast Asia. You know, that's where the mass of humanity is. And if you wanted to escape that, well, you could up sticks and go to Argentina or South Africa, and these would be people with money, right? And so they can make their own good fortune. They can make their own situation. They just come in with, they could be billionaires. They just come in with their billions of dollars and start throwing money around, buy the government, just basically buy the government. That happens here in the US. It could happen anywhere. Rich people buying the government, that's an exportable product. So, we just send Jared Kushner to South Africa along with Elon Musk, and they just buy a new government, and that's it. That's the end of it. So, rich people could change all these things. And then, of course, they have to create an enclave for themselves. They have to raise their own army. They have to do a lot of things. But these are rich people, so they have lots of. So that's kind of what I think is one answer. But the problem is, and at the end of the video, I start pointing out the problems with the idea is that, well, global heating is global, so it's going to affect everybody, including the southern hemisphere. If you're going to the southern hemisphere to flee the bulk of humanity, well, that's a strategy. That's maybe a good reason to do it. But you're not going to escape sea level rise. You're not going to escape, superstorms. In this case, they're coming out of Antarctica instead of out of the Arctic, but they're still superstorms. You're still going to have to deal with them. And with sea level rise, you're still going to have flooding, coastal flooding. And as with everywhere, all of our major cities, all of our major ports are all coastal because that's how we started civilization, is with sailing ships and coastal cities. And that remains the case, to this day. So all these coastal cities are going to flood. So then you have to move all these people, plus the cities, plus the new people who came from the north. And you have to move all them into inland situations. But I don't know. It's just, these are not thoughts we're having. We don't have these conversations. Individuals are just, recognizing their vulnerability. They can't live in Florida anymore. They can't live in Galveston, Texas anymore. They can't live in Southern California anymore, or France, or the south of France, or Italy, or Greece, or Turkey. They can't live there anymore. It's too hot. It's too stormy. It's too whatever. So they're individually making choices. And because, there are some southern hemisphere countries like Argentina and South Africa, and obviously Australia and New Zealand that have a long history of either colonialization or heavy influence from the Europeans, like with the Dutch and the English, basically everywhere. These could be really attractive places for people. So I don't know. It was a fun video to research. I learned a lot, but I don't know what the answers are.
Right. I have a tweet here from Elon Musk. He says, the most likely outcome is that AI and robots make everyone wealthy. In fact, far wealthier than the richest person on earth at present. By this, he means that people will have access to everything from medical care that is superhuman to games that are far more fun than what exists today. He says we do need to make sure that AI cares deeply about truth
What?
and beauty for this to be the probable future. Now, that's hilarious in many ways, because whilst the first bit sounds good, the last point there, we do need to make sure that AI cares deeply about truth and beauty for this to be the probable future. That to me stinks. That is a huge problem. I mean, what the hell is truth and what is beautiful is a matter of opinion. Who gets to decide what is true and what is beautiful in a lot of cases? So yeah, although it sounds good from the first few statements there in his tweet, the last bit there surely is cause for concern.
And the implication of what he's saying there is that truth and beauty are on the same line. They're not. Sometimes to get to truth, you need to discard beauty. And sometimes to get to beauty, you need to discard truth. I mean, Elon's got his own fucking narrative to peddle with all this AI stuff. You know, he's in it for the game. He tries to create the impression that he's outside of the game somehow, but he's playing the same game as like Anthropic and OpenAI. It's all about domination.
At the end of the day, he's a salesman.
Yeah.
And he's trying to push it. He's trying to push Grok as the main player, and he has got an agenda. So
doesn't he try to like reprogram Grok like almost every day because like it's like that's what he wants to say anymore?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he does.
I hear various things. I don't know.
It.
But yeah, I just think that last statement there in particular, yeah, it's it just I don't know. It just made me think, what a load of bollocks.
It's David Icke. How's it going?
David Icke says he's been saying for years that once the Queen was gone, the royal family would unravel because their official role in the cult would be eclipsed by the societal transformation of the Great Reset. The bloodline will continue, but in another form. It's only a matter of when, with death by 1,000 cuts. So he's going on about Prince Andrew.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Matt Wallace says, pay close attention to the expression on Prince Andrew's face after he was just released from police custody. I don't know if that's like a photo from then. I don't know, but he certainly looks shocked. He definitely looks like he hasn't slept very well. Yeah. He doesn't. I don't even know if he's alive in that photo.
He's probably like petrified with fear. Oh, look, there he is.
Yeah, there's a. Well, that's Epstein, the creep.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, 6 unmarked police cars with plainclothes officers arrived at Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's home on his 66th birthday. Yeah, so he got arrested today and questioned. I believe he's just been freed. Well, not freed, but he's been released from his questioning. Ending ongoing.
Do you think they're just gonna investigate him and say there's no good evidence, or we're just going to drop the case? Because I have a feeling that's exactly what they're going to do. I have a feeling that his arrest was just like bread and circuses, or just a theatrics, because like he's already released. Like, do you think he's going to suffer any like consequences for his actions? Because I don't really think so. I don't think so.
I don't know is the answer. I mean, it may be that it may be a case of power dynamics. I mean, Charlie Boy and William and that may be pissed off of him, and they may think, well, fuck you. They may be thinking of themselves and retaining power. And they may think, well, no matter how we feel about him, I don't think they really like him all that much. But no matter how they do feel about him, if they want to retain their position in society as a high status individual, well, they need to sacrifice him,
Really?
The show must go on.
Just like how Andrew sacrificed kids on the island, and they're gonna do it to him again now.
Well, not well, I don't know. Anyway, let's have a look. This is the BBC News website. Andrew released under investigation after arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. There he is there. Leaving Aylsham police station following his arrest earlier on Thursday. Okay. Right. So he's been released under investigation following his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. On Thursday morning, Thames Valley Police said it had arrested a man in his 60s in Norfolk and was carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. King Charles III said the law must take its course in response to Andrew's arrest, and that the police had his full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Police had previously said they were considering investigating Andrew over allegations related to his association with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, and were reviewing allegations he shared confidential material. Communications between the pair featured among the tranche of files released by the US government. Okay, in an updated statement on Thursday evening, Thames Valley Police confirmed the man had been released under investigation. It added that its searches in Norfolk had now concluded. The former prince was pictured slumped back in the back of a vehicle after leaving Aylsham Police Station. This is the first time Andrew has been arrested. He has consistently and strenuously denied any wrongdoing. Thames Valley Police said that following a thorough assessment, a formal investigation had now been opened. It also said earlier in February that it was assessing a separate allegation that a second woman was sent to the UK by Epstein for a sexual encounter with Andrew in 2010. The woman, who is not British, was in her 20s at the time. BBC News understands that Thames Valley Police contacted the Home Office to give them advance warning before Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested. The arrest, which took place at Sandringham at 8 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time on Thursday, is not in relation to any allegations of sexual offences. So it seems it's all about him handing over state secrets, privileged information to Epstein.
You know, it could be a case of when the way they used to get mobsters, they used to get them on mail fraud because that was an easy thing to prove. I mean, this could be connected to Epstein. Maybe they don't have what it takes to get him on that, so they'll get him on something else.
Yeah.
It might be that, and it might also be to appease the masses, you know.
Yeah, appease the masses.
Yeah, exactly. Have a fall guy, yeah.
The fall, yeah.
And as you say, it could also be they want to appease the masses, but they can't get him legally on the other stuff. There isn't enough, I don't know, evidence, maybe even. I don't know what they have exactly, but they want to get him on something because they know he was up to no good. So yeah. That's also, like the guy. What's his name in America? The mobster they got for tax evasion.
Al Capone.
Al Capone, yeah. That's
yes, yeah. I was gonna bring him up. He was the only reason why he got caught was because of like a mailing thing, because he was not paying his taxes. That's why he got caught. Yeah, that's why he died in Alcatraz. Al Capone, yeah.
Divine says in the future we will also live in a higher dimension, not just the fifth dimension. All 3D will not be here. Would you like to come on and tell us what that means, Divine? I don't know what that means, darling.
Yeah,
sounds like information we should hear about. I mean,
very weird.
I have
language.
no idea what you're talking about, darling.
Very interesting language game. Yeah, yeah. But actually, it's kind of funny because me and Al Capone share the same birthday. Yeah.
Okay. So, Christine, you're very quiet. If you are able to communicate with us at this difficult time, feel free to interject at any moment. But yeah, other than that, Kukujima, what's happening in the world of global heating?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that thing that. Yeah, well, I promise not to. Promise not to. I was just thinking about what Divine Hazel just said, that people are going to live in 5 dimensions, and actually, I think that it's going to go the opposite direction. Not to be disagreeable, but it was a thought-provoking comment. I think people, well, they currently live in 4 dimensions, 3 of space and 1 of time. You know, we invent clocks to help us manage time. We invent time essentially. Apart from maybe it being due to entropy, we definitely understand time, and we keep track of it, count it, save it, and spend it. I think that maybe in the future, humans become more like animals, three-dimensional, not 4-dimensional. I think we're going to completely lose track of time as a dimension. We're not going to
Can I
count
just
it.
say, Mars Bar or Mars ATAR, whatever you want to call yourself. I see you in the back room. I'll let you on after Cougar Duma has finished talking here. Go ahead, Cougar.
Yeah, so I was just responding to Divine Hazel. It was made me think that maybe we'd actually might go the opposite direction, just very, very much simplify. Yeah, well, in terms of global heating, we're having a really strange thing happening here in California. And I'll go ahead and talk about it because it's really taken us by surprise here. And you may have even heard about it in some of the world news. One of the things that happened here was that we lost 9 skiers in a backcountry avalanche here in California. And those are avalanches in California are pretty rare. We don't get that kind of snow, but we're getting it this year. And I think those people, they were doing some backcountry skiing and they just didn't understand the situation. We have been, and it killed them. We have been getting so much snow with this current storm that it doesn't even make any sense. And people who don't really understand what's happening to the Earth system right now are having a hard time understanding what just happened to California. And what it is we just got something like 12 feet of snow in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Probably will make up like the entire year's snow expectation for California in 72 hours. A year's worth of snow in 72 hours. It came down like crazy. People were driving in it because they didn't know what to think. They didn't understand the warnings. They're just like, well, there's a warning, but I don't know what that means. And they just drove in it anyway. They ended up covered in snow in a ditch. It's unbelievably dangerous. And what happened was that off the shore of California on the west side, so actually it's not just California, it's like all the way from Mexico all the way to Canada, there's a marine heat wave. And marine heat wave is completely in alignment with global heating. A lot of the heat in the atmosphere is actually going into the oceans. So we're having a marine heat wave off of California. And because of all the extra evaporation, when a cold front came in from the Arctic, which is also being driven by a collapse of the jet stream, so 2 things happening at the same time that are both due to global heating. When this cold air mass came down from the Arctic and it picked up all this superheated air, moist air just off the coast of California and drove it inland, we've been getting rain here at my house. We're like 20 miles in from the coast. It's really unusual amount of rain. And then that same rain went right across the Sacramento Valley, right up in the Sierras, and dropped, like I said, 8 to 12 feet of snow in no time at all. And these people are completely snowed in now. And those and it created such dangerous conditions. The snow fell so fast that the snow overhang, so this is the snow that is just piling up on the side of a mountain, right? The snow overhang just became just catastrophically dangerous. And it killed these backcountry skiers. And who knows what else has been going on up there, because there's not supposed to be anybody up there right now. And this whole thing, the 12 feet of snow, the road closures, the phenomenal flooding. We've had flooding alerts right here in the South Bay Area for like 72 hours. It's all due to global heating, all of it, 100% of it. And there's not going to be that discussion, but that's the Earth dynamic system basically spinning up with all this excess heat. And, for me, as a climate scientist and an Earth system scientist, I can see it. But everybody else is running around scratching their head like, what's going on here? What is wrong with this picture? And yeah, there's something wrong with this picture. I feel like I know what it is, but you're not going to get any discussion through the media or the meteorologists or the talking heads or anybody else, really. No one gets it. No one's. What's that?
Tell us what the problem is.
Okay, it's a breakdown of the Earth dynamic system. Now, the marine heat wave is just heat. So global heating is global. And something like 90% of the heat that has been accumulated because of changes to the greenhouse effect has actually transferred to the sea. All the oceans are now super hot. I mean, they're still maybe cold if you were to put your toe in and say, wow, that's cold. But they're anomalously hot compared to what they have been. And so you get evaporation coming off of these anomalously hot water that is unprecedented. And people don't know that's happening. When a storm comes ashore, there's so much more rain. There have been flooding events in Valencia, Spain, and parts of England and parts of Germany and France. There have been flood events that are just unhinged, right? And that's because there's so much water in the atmosphere. And there's so much water in the atmosphere because the oceans are so hot. So that's driving a lot of this rain. And then the heating of the atmosphere is driving a phenomenon called sudden stratospheric warming, where heat near the surface of the Earth, like maybe associated with the oceans, once again, actually surges into the upper reaches of the atmosphere. It's like 12 miles up. It's not a long way. And you get sudden stratospheric warming. Well, that is attacking the normal functionality of what's called the northern polar vortex. The polar vortex is way high up in the atmosphere, right over the North Pole. It's the last part of the Earth before you get to space. Well, the polar vortex has been basically destroyed. Its structure has been completely disrupted by sudden stratospheric warming. And that used to happen once in a while, and it would come suddenly, no one could predict it, and it wouldn't last very long, but you get really weird weather as a consequence, but then it would go away and everything would be back to normal. Well, this has been going on for 3 months now, maybe even 4 at this point. 4 months, the polar vortex has been in disarray, and that breaks down the northern jet stream because they're kind of coupled. The northern jet stream is called a ring fence. It keeps the cold Arctic air in the Arctic, and it keeps the warm subtropical and temperate air below the Arctic, and it acts as a fence to keep those two from coming into collision. Well, this year, starting in about November, maybe October, that fence broke apart. That ring fence was destroyed because the polar vortex was destroyed. So the ring fence was destroyed, and all this Arctic air has been coming down. It's been completely mental. The things that have been happening in the northern tier of the northern hemisphere, like from 25, 30 degrees north latitude to the Arctic Circle, the stuff that's been going on is just insane. Russia froze solid. It froze so solid, and this is Russia, froze so solid that the tracks buckled. The tracks buckled from the cold and started derailing the trains. That's how cold it was in Russia. They've been having catastrophic cold even in the U.S. They had catastrophic cold all the way down to Florida. There was a point when Florida was colder than the state of Alaska. And then a week later, we had record heat, and we had the hottest Christmas on record. All of this is due to global heating, all of it, 100% of it. And it doesn't make any sense. People don't understand it. But I've been hearing, like in the last month, even the meteorologists are starting to say, yeah, the polar vortex, something's wrong. It's bad, it looks bad, it's not getting better. This is going to continue. We don't know how bad this is going to get. Prepare to be surprised, pay attention to the weather. If you're going to travel, check in with the National Weather Service because you may be going into some really bad conditions that you weren't expecting. And, there's now talk about how the Earth system is becoming unfamiliar to us. It's breaking down. And it's been breaking down for 3 or 4 months. And it's been breaking down in a way where I'm wondering now if it can ever go back. And if it can't go back, then all bets are off, folks. If this can't repair itself at this point, and it might not be able to, then all bets are off. You don't know anything. Everything you thought you knew about climate, weather, seasonality, planting seasons, harvest, everything you thought you knew, migration of animals, onset of spring, everything you thought you had figured out and your whole life knew how these things worked, and everyone agrees on how it's supposed to be, it's all going to go out the window.
But isn't it also true that the Earth has gone through climate change, to extremes greater than what we're experiencing now?
Yeah, like the ice age. Yeah.
So and
okay, but okay, yeah, okay, fine. And everybody says that, but so what? So what? We didn't exist.
I appreciate that maybe the way things are heading may not be the best for us, the way we've set up our lives now. But that, I don't know. I mean, it's changing. Okay, so we have to adjust, or I don't know.
I think it's about the weather systems changed in the past, climate changed in the past, but this is about modernity, civilization, as we know, industrial civilization. Its effect on that and its ability to sustain us as a
But
species.
have we actually proven? I mean, is it correct that all the changes are because of humanity at this point in time?
Yes.
Is that's been established beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, that is a scientifically accepted proposition now.
Okay.
It's an anthropocentric cause, is it? Completely.
Yeah.
Now, even if it isn't, even if it wasn't,
We don't help.
it doesn't really, like, we still are doomed in a way as a civilization, in your view. Even if it wasn't human caused, the stuff that's happening in terms of worldwide climate is the cause of great worry for you, right?
Well, certainly, and to your point, I mean, I will concede the point. There isn't anything really we can do about this now. That one of the reasons I made the video I made last night was because now the question is, how do we adapt? Where do we go? Is there anywhere to go? Elon Musk is imagining he's going to go to Mars, and that's one approach. He could just as easily go to Antarctica and live on the ice. At least you have atmosphere. But people are wondering, what are we going to do? And we're not going to really address the problem because we can't. So if we can't, then we have to adapt. It used to be we talked about what's called mitigation. So we'll do solar radiation management, or we'll do carbon removal, or we'll do some other things, marine cloud brightening. There's been all kinds of proposals. It was all sort of like, it was all just blue sky thinking, and that's fine. Do some blue sky thinking. But now that talk is pretty much all gone. No one's really talking about mitigation anymore. It's all adaptation.
What, why, and who's 68? Do you want to come on here, please, and talk? We'd love to have your input. She says, not solely human caused. Humans are so arrogant. So she's saying it's like an egotistical thing to say this is human caused. This is solely human caused. We're not that special. We are just mere parts of this existence. We are not the causation. Something greater than us is causing this, Cougar Duma, in her view.
Well, okay, so I'm a scientist. I'm data driven, and I don't really care what people think. People think all kinds of things. People think that 3 angels can dance on the head of a pin, or 4 or 5, and they'll have big arguments about it and burn each other at the stake over how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. I don't really care. I have to look at the Earth system and the data is incontrovertible. It's what it is. It's the story, people, and you think whatever you like, but the scientific community has been looking at the data and looking at the Earth system writ large. It's a system. It's a machine the size of a planet.
Level Playing Production says that he has a vastly different outlook from what has been spoken of right now. Ha ha. But maybe.
Hey, wait. I have a question.
He also says, hold on. He also says, like, why is half of Antarctica freezing and the other half melting? Well, Level, if you have a different opinion, come on here and share it. That's what the show's for.
That's exactly what I was about to ask.
Level's my friend. Hey, buddy.
Tell Level to come on then.
Yeah,
So
come on, buddy.
we are affecting things, but it's doing the weirdest shit where it gets colder in one place and hotter in another, and then flips around. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, so what about the glaciers that are growing?
Okay, so, I mean, at some point this just becomes whack-a-mole, and I don't know how much of that I'm going to do, but I'll answer some questions, because I do come on here to answer questions. Why does a glacier grow? So let me address, why do glaciers grow? Glaciers are rivers of ice. The glacier is born in the tops of mountains. It flows down into the valley between the mountains, and it flows generally, if not mostly, to the sea. Now, the reason the glacier grows in the mountains is that's where the snow falls. If we are having marine heat waves, that's a lot of evaporation. When that evaporated water goes into the atmosphere and goes into the mountains, you get snow. You can get huge amounts of snow. We just got 12 feet of snow in 72 hours in the Sierra Nevada mountains. So people are probably dying up there right now. Unexpected. Okay, they just weren't ready for it. So you can have huge amounts of snow dropping on the top of a glacier and pushing the glacier down the hill faster. At the same time, at the bottom of the glacier, it's melting faster for the same reason. And so the bottom is moving faster, the top is moving faster, the bottom is moving faster, and it's all global heating. And if that doesn't make any sense, well, you have my sympathy. You really do. I mean, I get it. You don't have to convince me that it doesn't make any sense. But that's how it is, folks. Now, you maybe have heard about the Doomsday Glacier. It's the Thwaites, that's probably not the pronunciation, it's probably Dutch, Thwaites or something. It's the Thwaites Glacier. It drains the center of the Antarctic ice shield. And it's big. And it's moving. And it's become destabilized. The warm ocean water, again, marine heat waves, are eroding the underside of the glacier. It's moving faster. It has cracks in it now that weren't there before. The cracks are getting bigger. The lower parts of the glacier are falling into the sea. This is land-based ice. It's going into the sea. And it's in catastrophic decline now. The Thwaites Glacier, so-called Doomsday Glacier, there's now a death watch on the Doomsday Glacier. It's finished. There's nothing going to stop it.
Where is that one? Where is that?
Thwaites Glacier is in what's called the WAIS, the West Antarctic Ice Sheet, and there's like 5 or 6 of them. Find the Antarctic Peninsula, which is near Argentina, and it's sort of at the base of that. That whole peninsula.
Sorry, Cougar. I just want to bring someone into the conversation. 1 second.
Sure.
What, why, and who? Who's 68 says data is subject to error based on information available at the time. She also says the Gulf Stream is slowing. Okay. I want to welcome Level. Level, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say? I believe you have a different opinion on matters.
Hi. Yeah, I do. Just a little bit, I guess. So you guys were talking about climate change and stuff. I was trying to get a gist of what you guys were talking about. I've only been here for a little bit, so.
Yeah, well, that's okay. You said you have a different opinion to Cougar Duma. Cougar Duma says we're headed for catastrophic climate change, and it is anthropocentrically caused. What do you think?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. So, my outlook on what's happening with the whole climate change and why certain things are being like cataclysmic, floods here, heating up there, is I have an outlook of a flat Earth outlook, and in this theory of mine that the sun itself migrates over like a really long period of time. And since we're at this cusp of the ages, when we move from the Pisces into Aquarius, the sun itself is getting ready to do like a really big shift or like migration. And so what I think is that while we sit in a certain place for like a period of time, say like 2,300 years, the sun stays within this like tight circle, like somewhat. It does have its analemma where it goes out and in, and what's happening in my view is that while the sun is circling around us, it's creating like this electromagnetic heating, like a hot plate. So it's like heating up all this earth underneath us, and it's also migrating in the northeast, I think. Yeah, northeast. So like in the southwest, like if you were to look at it on the flat map, in the southwest region is called Terra del Fuego, and apparently there's like a lot of volcanoes that are there, and there's a lot of melting ice in that region, but then on the other side, in the northeast, it's like constantly freezing. And so, in my theory, it's that the sun's migrating and it's kind of slowly melting ice in this one direction, and it's freezing in the other.
Okay, and thank you for that, Level. Level, I want to ask you a question about the future in general as well after we talk about this point. But Kugaduma, Level is a flat earther. He believes we live on a flat earth. He's and he thinks that and you too, Untrackable, are you a flat earther? No?
No.
Oh, you're just showing us a thumbs up. Okay. Kugaduma, he says that the Antarctic is evidence of this because the sun is migrating, and when it migrates one way, it causes half the Antarctic to freeze, the other half to melt. I think that's the gist of it. He went into a lot more detail than that, but Kugaduma, as a scientist, what would you say to him?
Well, what we just heard is an example of what's called generally folk science. There's as many different versions of folk science as there are folks who are willing to think about the world. And, there's no evidence for any of what was just described. There's nothing. There's just nothing there, folks. But people believe what they want to believe. So that's fine, right? It's neither here nor there. I don't have to refute it. I don't have to support it. There's no data for it. And it's just what somebody thinks, and that's fine.
Okay, thank you for that. Level, you're new on the show. I want to ask you a question about the future. What do you think the future is going to be like? Now, you can talk about the short term, the mid-term, and the long term. Go wherever you want with this. Just what do you think this future holds?
Well, sticking to the topic of the weather in that sort of area.
Well, you don't have to. That isn't the actual topic of the show. The topic is just the future, what you think the future holds. So go ahead.
Right. Okay. So in the future, I think like in the near future that the sun itself, because we all know that the pole's been migrating, right? Ever so slightly every year, it moves and it's moving more and more. And in my view, it's gonna jump. It's gonna have like a huge jump, and the sun's gonna move so far away that it's gonna be like that movie 2012, where everything freezes over instantly. Mammoths frozen in their steps with food still in their stomachs, and that's what I think. Like whenever people say the pole shift, like the pole shift to me is the sun moving really far away. It's not going to move like so far away that you won't like see it anymore or anything like that, but it's going to move far enough away to where the melting is going to cause like a lot of melting.
Evidence, any measurements being taken for the movement of the sun away from us? I mean, where are you pulling?
Have you ever seen? Yeah, have you ever heard of the analemma?
No, you mentioned it earlier. That's the first time I heard it. Go ahead.
You never heard of that? So
No.
Okay, well, so the sun does this geometric shape. As like, so whenever somebody takes a picture of the sun in the same place every day throughout the entire year, it makes this infinity sign. It's a crazy 8 sign, right? And so what that is like saying, or what it's like showing me, is that the sun not only circles us, but it also rises above us. Like it rises higher. Like how when they say in the winter the sun and even the moon is like just further away, and we get like this cold like stuff. Like I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to come here with any scientific like proof. I've seen others give proof, and that's what I'm kind of relaying. Like how I said that there's volcanoes like all around the Antarctic that's active. Like that's a true thing, and you can go and find that. But I can't prove it to you myself with numbers or anything.
There are no volcanoes around Antarctica. There's not one.
Well, you say that, but if you're wrong, what does that mean for me? Because I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong, but I'm also going to sit here and say I'm pretty sure you haven't looked it up because it's a known fact from whatever I've looked at.
Oh wow, you're in for a treat, boy.
Yeah, there are. Okay,
There's a whole, that's what I've heard. That's just what I've heard.
But you,
that there's a
okay,
bunch
yeah,
of,
yeah. You can't have your own facts. Okay, there is Earth. It's a planet. It's rock. It's water, and there are crustal dynamics. There's a pole, north and south. The poles are not moving. I did a whole video on that about 3 weeks ago. Check it out. You probably would really enjoy it.
I'm not gonna go back to look at your old videos. I'm just talking to you now. All
No,
right,
you
and what I've
should.
heard-
You should because you would
Okay.
learn something. You learn something important.
But I'm
You're not wrong.
gonna
By the way,
say
you're
that
not.
I'm trying to
You're
show you
not
something
wrong.
that you can also
You're-
learn, brother.
No,
You're
I
just
can't learn from
refusing
you
to
because
learn.
you're providing folk science.
You
I'm
said
interested in
that
real science.
no, you said that I'm wrong, and you haven't even looked it up.
I don't have to
You
look it
said
up.
that
You're
there's no
wrong.
volcanoes at all around the Antarctic, which is provably it's provably true.
No, there's
So
none.
you just go Google it or something real quick, and then come back and say sorry or something.
No, I don't have to do that. There aren't any.
So that's where the standstill comes. If you're gonna sit there and say that you're always right and that nobody else can have an opinion, then it's why am I even here?
Hold on, Level. Are there extinct volcanoes, perhaps, Kugaduma? I know there's lots of mountain ranges. Are there extinct volcanoes, perhaps? I don't know.
There are mountain ranges. There may have been some volcanism. I don't think it is on. I don't think there's any part of Antarctica that's on the border of a plate. That's where you get a lot of your volcanism is at plates. So there's the Ring of Fire, the Pacific Plate.
Yeah.
And there are some dynamics that are well understood. I think I heard there may have been one extinct volcano found on Antarctica, but who knows how long that was there or where that came from.
The point is, it's extinct and it's not in danger of coming alive again.
Yeah, I think it's like it might even be called Erebus. Erebus.
Well, where I'm at right now is that you guys have this perception of that everything that you see from the government and your books and your textbooks is all true and you believe it to the T. So this really isn't the place for me. You guys have no open mind to actually perceive what I'm saying.
That is not true. That is not true. We don't believe everything we're told.
Oh, I'm getting deja
Then
vu.
why did I get shot down for one simple that was such a simple thing that I said, and I got shot down for it.
Level. You're entitled to express yourself. Just because someone is
Level, you'd be
disagreeing
great
with you
friends
doesn't
with
mean it's a
Ragga and
personal
Delane.
attack.
I'm just
It's not a
saying.
personal attack, Level. They're talking about what you're talking about. Okay. Now, don't take it too personally. This is
Now,
square.
I want to agree with Neville. I want to agree with Neville. I want to agree with Neville right now. Okay, because Neville is right about something, and he said it earlier, and I was like, "Yep, that's right." Now, I didn't say anything at the time, but now that Neville's being, butthurt about this, I want you to know, Neville.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You did say something correct. You said the poles are moving, and you're right, but that there are two poles. This is why I did the video I did 2 weeks ago, because there's confusion about this. The Earth has
I know
two
there's confusion
poles.
about that. But here's the thing
Did you know
about
there's
where
two?
I think the
Did you
poles
know?
are. I
Now,
think that
apparently,
there's a pole.
there are over
Hold on.
100 volcanoes in Antarctica, many of which are located beneath the thick ice sheet in the West Antarctic
Okay,
Rift
thank you.
system. Most are dormant. Mount Erebus is the southernmost. This is according to Ryu Puking, who has looked it up on Google AI. I don't know anything about that. I'll have to look it up myself. But if
I know Erebus is down there. I don't know if it's active. I don't know if any of them are active. They can all be
I was
dormant.
right. So there are hundreds of volcanoes around. Okay, so I'm going to move on to this pole thing because where I think the poles are is going to blow you guys' minds, right? I think that there's a North Pole, but the North Pole is nowhere on this plane of Earth that we are on. Right?
We don't have to know what you think. There's a North Pole that's a geographic pole.
I'm not
it is the
about your
axis of rotation for the Earth. It's
I don't
the
believe
North
that,
and South
brother.
Pole.
All right.
The other
and I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show you a different view.
Cougar,
Don't shoot me down.
let Level speak. But now the point is, Level, I don't really want to go down this path, but we'll let you speak about it. But I want to talk about the future, and we will get into that more. But go ahead, make your point on this, and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Fine.
So the poles. We here in the lands that we know as Earth, this is only the South Pole. Like the polar magnetic force, this is only all of this is only the South. Okay? The North Pole is outside of the ice ring, outside of if you look at my profile or the icon image and the eyeball, it kind of shows you the direction of where the actual North Pole is, right? So that's what I'm trying to share with you. We are the South Pole that's revolving around the North Pole, but we revolve around it for a very, 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 very long time. And whenever there's
on the final experiment that McToon and those guys did.
I've seen some things like this, some experiments like this.
No, I want to get Level's take on this. What's his take on the final experiment, which everyone in Flat Earth will know about?
My take on it?
Yeah.
My take on it is that they showed what they could have shown, but the fact that the sun goes around in a circle and, does the 360 around them is still proof, it still works on the flat plane. It's all due to the analemma, is that the sun moves. Yeah, it's the analemma. The sun moves up and out at the same time. So whenever you think that the sun is going around you in a circle, it's also moving closer and further away from you. So if they're standing on the edge of a plate, right, looking in towards the north, and they see this revolution, it's just that the sun is going away from them and then coming closer to them. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. It just sounds like nonsense.
But you don't even know what the analemma is.
And show proof. Give your proof. Why don't you do that?
How would I show you proof? All I can talk. That's all I can do.
Well, I mean, if you're making claims like this, then I would assume you have.
There is out there, yes,
but I'm ways of predicting where the sun will be, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so you don't know what the analemma is, right? You guys said that you didn't know what it was at all.
No, what is it?
Well, if I was able to describe it in mathematical terms to you, then I would. But that's where it becomes a problem, because if you're going to ask that of every single person, then you're just going to put yourself on this higher pedestal, and nobody else, nobody in the world knows math like this, bro. All I can do is go off of observation and what I've seen and what what my mind comes up with as I'm seeing it, right? So I would never ask you to prove anything mathematically or anything.
No.
I just want your idea.
I'm just going to go down the same road I go with other people. I think this is bullshit. So that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. If you don't even know what the analemma is, which is a real thing, a proven thing, you can go look it up and find the numbers yourself. If you don't even agree to that, then you're never going to get anywhere.
Come on, going with trying to convince us of flat Earth. My heuristic is just fucking ignore everything.
I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I'm just trying to say what I think, bro. You're the one that's over here I need proof. I need this and that. What?
Okay, Level. What I want to get to, though, is aside from the argumentation you're trying to provide as to the Earth being flat, now you dismiss what I think is very convincing evidence from from the fact that the Earth is a globe in favor of this speculation that the Earth is flat. Why though? Why this? Why do you think they're doing this? Why the hell would they be telling us the Earth is a globe when it is in fact flat? Tell us about that.
Okay, to keep us in here, to keep us from going out there, to make us think that there's finite resources. The borders itself is just a way to make us all, conflict with each other. If we all knew that we can leave, then we probably would try, but nobody is allowed to.
What do you mean by that? Leave? Where is the
Like if you were to try to take a boat and go past the 60th parallel in the ocean towards Antarctica, you would be stopped by a huge military, gunship, and they would tell you to turn around.
Fair enough. So level, as far as I was aware, the flat earthers believed we're in a firmament, and we are in an enclosed.
Oh God, the firmament.
System.
Man.
So why do you think there's somewhere to go if you believe in flat Earth? Because as far as I was aware, flat Earth is
not all flat earthers are the same, right? If you're going to think that
so you're not one of those. Tell us what you are then. What do you believe?
Yeah,
I believe that the Earth is infinite, and that the firmament is up there, sure, but it's not a enclosing dome. Like it doesn't enclose us into this little bubble. Like I think it's just a part of like it. Like if you think of it like an egg, it's kind of like a membrane. It's just a layer up there, and it goes forever.
Belief that the Earth is infinite?
I think the Earth is infinite. Like
what's the basis of that belief?
Based on just what I have thought and felt, and I'm telling you, I don't do math. I'm doing this all based off of my own instinct and intuition.
This is exactly the same thing that Moshe does with his physics. He just fucking it's what is it? The fallacy of ignorance, I think it's called. I don't know how.
Okay, well, I guess my fallacy of ignorance over here. I think that's just your way of just making us all look stupid because you want to say you're falsely stupid because you don't want to believe it, so you're going to call people names.
Gonna look dumb. I'm sorry.
Yeah, probably. That's
but
probably
again, level. I don't want this to turn into a slagging match because you clearly believe what you're saying.
Yes, I do.
Level. Why though? Why on earth would this be the case? Why would they be trying to keep you from realizing the Earth is flat, as you believe we exist on an eternal plane? Why? Oh, why?
I mean, why not? Like that question seems so like I don't understand why people can't see the fact that if they're entrapped in this little area, like we're already entrapped in our own homes, we're already entrapped in our own states, in our own towns, in our own countries and states. Like, but there's boundaries on boundaries on boundaries, and if you were to just remove all of the boundaries, you don't really understand how far it can go without boundaries. But if you keep putting in your mind all these boundaries and stopping yourself from even
what are they getting out of
this
level? I suppose the point I'm getting out of this is
how do you not understand what I just said? Literally, you have no thought process behind yourself. If you can't fucking think, if they're gonna hold us all here and tell us that there's nothing to fucking do, there's nothing to go, there's nothing to learn, there's nothing to go find. That's what I'm saying. You think that we're here stuck on a ball that has finite freaking resources. We have to fight and pay for things like when it's all infinite and free and like you can go anywhere and do anything, but they got you thinking in a box.
But why would they be doing that level? That's what I'm asking you. Why would can I ask you a question? Level.
Dude.
Why would ultimate power do that when if they have ultimate power, they could go out into this infinite plane?
Because we're cattle. They do go out there. They do. We're the ones that are dumb sitting here thinking that we need to go pay taxes and do all this stuff that keeps us here.
Oh, now it just comes back to politics.
Okay, I want to bring Untrackable into this. He's been
like
shaking
you don't have
Untrackable. What do you think of what Level has been saying? Level has left the show. Level, that's a pity. I do hope you come back. Level has left. What did you think of what he was saying there on Trackable?
I'll take it back to, what is the future? It's, you can recognize significance in gains and losses along the way. But to be so extreme as if you are going to have to suffer through that, or that your children are going to have to suffer through that. What was it? 10 less than 10 years ago, they said that by now we were done for. Come on, man.
I'll grant you that. Like, I don't think we have like an expiration date. I think when the day it ends, it's going to be the day it ends. That's what I believe too. I don't think humanity has an expiration date, as they say. We're not like rotten vegetables, Yeah, so
And
like
you know, if there is an escape, if there is an escape for humanity, it's not going to be your escape. It's going to be an escape for humanity. So, you know, somebody has to put up the effort to do the search and go on the missions for the escape for humanity. However, it's not going to save you. It's not going to save your children. However, you know, if you don't have children, which has been an issue across the globe, talking about, you know, reduction in the the common resources that keep people alive. However, if you don't have children, then there won't be the next scientist. There won't be the next you know, sent to be out there. There won't be the next funder of said things. So, you know, if it is even a possibility, you know, you may dare call us slaves of funding, but we are doing our best here with what we have in our daily lives, and I don't care what a billionaire does anymore. I care that my child has maybe the opportunity to be part of such a life of choice, and you know, she may choose to, you know, work and keep the people here alive. She may choose to be a scientist. She may choose to be an astronaut. You know, she might go on a one-way mission one day. I just wish that the people of Earth would quit fucking with each other in such nasty ways, so that way progress could expedite itself. But you know, it doesn't work that way, and for some reason it doesn't. But you mentioned boundaries, and I understand boundaries. But you know, we have an international space station. Like, oh, Russia bad, yet we go to space with these people all the time.
Yeah, with China,
So,
with
you know,
everyone. Yeah.
So
Guys,
for some reason,
Level said,
some
dumbest
reason-
shit ever. Have fun with your closed minds.
Ooh.
Well, you see, his mind seemed so open-minded that his brains had fallen out.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's just the way it is.
Isn't that right,
I
Chuck?
think coming back to the main topic, you know, about the future, you know, it's important, in my opinion, it's important that if we're going to have any chance of a future, that we have a correct understanding of reality. And people, you know, flat earthers don't have a correct understanding of reality. So fuck them. I just don't think they should be participating.
I mean, like, dude, people from Aristotle to Aquinas to like the Islamic Golden Age philosophers already figured out that the world was at least not flat. It was spherical, or like, even though they were wrong to assess that it was the center of all the universe, they had a what's that called again? A geocentric view of the universe, when that's not correct either. It's a heliocentric. It's the sun is the center. But still, the fact that flat Earth wasn't even believed by people back then, who we stereotypically think are like backwards people with
You
like.
talk about Copernicus on that, the way he
Yes.
just.
Yes, yes, of course, yes. Yeah. Don't we use his model now? Like the sun is the center of like the solar system. Back
But
then,
they'll say he was wrong, and they'll say that's evidence that we're
yeah,
using
right.
the wrong system because we're looking to somebody from long ago. Level
But
says
I
you
would-
people don't even give a chance to him.
Yeah, but
Level,
you're
as
not.
I said,
you're not,
you had the floor. The floor was yours. You could have said what you wanted.
You're going against
Level.
like
Don't take
Level's not
offense,
bringing
Level. I
anything
don't
new.
dislike you. Level, you're welcome to express yourself on this show, and feel free to come back on. We can talk about that, or but I would like to talk about the future and what you think it entails.
So honestly,
May
when
I
people come with these terrible, mistaken understandings of reality, then I think their opinion should be discounted moving forward into the future. Harsh, but fair.
And may I say, you know, I would ask each and every person the same thing I ask of myself every single day. What are you doing about tomorrow today? Are you preparing for tomorrow? Are you gonna help somebody? Do you have a team? Is it all about you? Like, how is this gonna go down tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Well, we don't know what tomorrow is going to entail. Even I don't know, and I always have like a pretty like gloomy view of things. But even I don't know what happens tomorrow. Like but I hear other people say that tomorrow can take care of itself, as they say, and that implies like I don't know, like a deterministic way of viewing things. I believe the philosopher Nick Land said that tomorrow can take care of itself. He is an accelerationist. I think some of you have heard of accelerationism before. Oh, look, Level's back.
Yeah.
Well,
Level, Level. I do want to go on to the future, though. We are talking about the future tonight. Level, what do you think for this planet? What do you think the world's going to look like tomorrow? Talk about that as much as you like.
Well, not tomorrow. Like you think, like in the future, right?
Yeah. It was just
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think
there is what I have.
Let Level speak, please. Untrackable. Let Level speak. Go ahead, Level.
I apologize.
All right. So what I think the future holds, or what I think is going to happen in the future, I think that there's a few, steps that's going to happen, like an alien invasion that's going to be faked completely.
Bluebeam.
What's that?
Project Bluebeam, right? They're like Project Blue something.
Yeah, Bluebeam. I think that whole thing's going to happen. But I think that in the future, like after the whole cataclysm, fall of the United States and all this alien invasion, after everything, I think that we're going to have to migrate with the sun. Like in a way, migrate. We're going to have to actually like pick up our stuff and migrate to a new Earth circle. And
Earth circle.
Yeah, like I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the 4-quarter Earth theory, but it's basically like that clock in Prague, where it's like it has all of these different kind of layers to it. Like it's like, anyways, like I have to say, like I don't go on panels very often. You can probably tell I'm not very good at speaking, but like my future outlook is that there's going to be a huge cataclysm, like mud flood on top of the air is going to get pulled up out of the the system itself is like going to reintroduce new air that's going to be like a positively charged like ionic air that's going to give us life that lets us live to 200 plus years. I think that the buoyancy is going to change so that like people who are really like strong right now are going to be even stronger once the buoyancy changes and the air gets like recycled. Like the earth itself is going to give birth to this. Like
I take issue with the fact that you said we and us. Like, who is we and who is us?
That's a good question. Who is we? Because I don't know if I'm going to, because I don't even follow half of your worldview. So, like, I don't know if we, including me and some people here, are going to
When I say we, I just mean like the people.
Oh.
Is it okay if it's just some form of mammalia? or is it
there is a Simpsons episode where they're in a like baseball field and they hit a ball into the sky and it like cracks the glass, because some people think we're in a dome. It's like a flat earth and then like a dome situation, and it cracks that and there's water above us, so people think that there's water like above the dome. So maybe we're in like a fishbowl and then all the water comes in and the fish and and the Simpsons apparently predicted future, so I don't know. That's why.
That's
I'm not.
like what you described was like the how like the Old Testament vaguely, very vaguely describes how the earth was like permanent. That's how the Old Testament and the Hebrew Bible vaguely described, even though it wasn't very strong description of it inside the Hebrew Bible, and people use their imaginations after the fact. Yeah, but like, yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I can tell that this Simpsons is pretty like interesting. I think that Matt Groening, right, the creator, is honestly like a federal agent that just made a show. Like he knows all of this because he works for like the
You
FBI.
know that the Simpson creator was found in the Epstein files talking to Epstein about
that's what I mean.
things
That's
that were going to happen. Yeah.
What if he's a Fed himself? Like the creator of the Simpsons is a Fed himself. He works for the CIA. He knows all of these top secret intels, and he just reveals it in the freaking show. I honestly think that could be a possibility as to why the Simpsons has accuracy when it comes to
historical. That's exactly what I think.
Yeah, he's just a Fed. He can't see in the future. He's just a Fed. You know, he's just like a CIA operative making a show. Propaganda, you know, it's like
right. But then when we get into like Baba Yaga or like, you know, those types of seers or like remote viewers say that they can't even remote view this time period. Like there's going to be like this big blank spot that we're coming up into where they don't know what's going to happen. Like they can view any other time, but what's coming up soon, like I'm pretty sure is 2026. Like for some reason, they couldn't figure out what was going to happen now.
So you think something big is going to happen, like very big this year?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have 3 Friday the 13th this year. I thought that was pretty interesting.
I didn't even know that. I because like whenever.
Oh, sorry. I was just agreeing that we have 3 this year. Already 1 down. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all right. Yeah, but like, whenever Friday the 13th happens, really, it's like any ordinary day.
It is. You can kind of like see it. Like, I mean, I like to see it as like a lucky day, instead of an unlucky day. So I usually have a good time. I actually celebrate it and have a good time. I make sure that I have an extra good day on those days and kind of like.
Always think in reverse when that stuff. Yeah, but to me,
I do a reverse psychology
difference. Doesn't make a big bit like it. Oh, what is
this? 13. It's kind of special in the baking industry. You understand, like a baker's dozen, like.
Oh yeah, they don't need 13. Yeah.
There's this great number that is 12, which means a dozen, which means you can sell even numbers, but you always got to make 13, so that way you can test it yourself to make sure you are giving a good product.
Oh, okay. I had no idea about the baking. And what does Count Dracula have to say? There is water above us. That's why we have rain that pours down. Come on, brother Marcus. Even you don't believe in that. Well, there is water above us, but not like an ocean above us. Like, no.
No, yeah. The waters above are like.
Anyway, that doesn't make sense under the dome theory, right? Because the water would be above the
the waters above aren't really in the same state as the waters below. So the waters above are like a crystalline, like plasmid almost. It's like a crystalline
based on
gas.
What do you base these statements on?
Here we go.
I'm serious. And if it annoys you,
like, okay,
you
haven't said anything so far, but so let's hear something from you, and then I'll just come out of the blue and say, prove it to me.
What do you base these claims off? What's the justification?
I base it off of like things that I've seen, like the Book of Enoch, like Genesis chapters 1. Like I base it off of these things, and I base it off of science that people are doing nowadays. Like, I don't know how to tell you that science, but I can tell you that it's been happening. I can tell you that people are researching plasma physics and light physics.
You're long on feelings. And you're short on details.
You don't even know that they have already like have a time crystal, like where they literally froze fucking time into a crystal. Go look it up. It's a true factual thing.
Ask these religious people, why do you believe what you believe, and they just start getting all antsy. It's ridiculous.
I'm getting antsy because you keep attacking me over this like thing that I'm not going to be able to prove.
Level. I know that you're new to streaming now. For the most part, we're a friendly bunch here. These are just adult questions. People do not understand what you're saying because they haven't researched it like you have. Don't forget, you're coming here as the person who knows what you know. Now you're saying these things. It is an adult thing for people to ask you questions. Please, accept that and don't get worried. Don't get anxious.
Okay.
Just speak as calmly as you can on it. It's nothing personal.
I completely agree, but I already stated earlier that I don't come here and I don't have like facts like that. So if he's just going to keep asking me those things over and over again to discredit me, then that's super rude in itself.
No, it's
like,
not
just
super
accept
rude.
what I said. Just accept what I said, and if you want to know more, then go research it yourself. Like, that's like
it's super rude when you come into a chat that you're new on, and that you start to spout stuff off saying that as though it's factual, and then someone asks
I'm not
you,
saying that it's factual. These are all just ideas. Like, am I stating that these are factual things? I didn't say that they are factual things.
Kind of did when you were arguing with Cougar Doomer.
Well,
it's just
that's where I tend to step in, talk about, the water cycle. You have water, it heats up, it vaporizes and elevates, and and then it reaches the atmosphere where air is thin and it's very cold, and it condensates, and then it rains down, and the rotation of the earth, and it lands where it lands. Air pressure and things like that.
Do you know about the higher noble gases that are always up there? Like Krypton,
the stratosphere?
Like I guess maybe it's in the stratosphere. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of layers of noble gases that are always above us in the atmosphere, right? So, like, all I'm saying is, who's to say that there's not a possibility that there is a layer of noble gas that is super frozen, just like they have made in the lab where they super froze a gas. Like, how do we not know that that's the firmament? That the firmament in itself is just a layer of highly condensed noble gases.
The firmament in the Bible is literally a wall up in the sky.
Wait just a second. You went from we and us to there. Like, who?
Bro, please don't pick at the these, theys, and thumbs. Like, come on, bro. What? That's just you're just detracting from what I'm trying to explain or say. You're picking it apart. Like,
well, because you're making it intentional, as if somebody has control. Who has control?
Well, who's this somebody? Who's
you
this
say
somebody?
someone is hiding the shape of the earth, the real shape of the earth, for whatever reason. Someone is obviously doing like a mess. In your words, a mess psyop for us. So, but who is that someone? Like, you said it actually.
I apologize if I'm making you mad. I do not want to make you mad. I want to understand.
Yeah.
And I explained to you that, like,
we're not trying to infuriate you.
Nobody in this whole entire world is like, okay, you guys are saying these things like we need proof or we want you to explain it further and these things. And all that does is derail everything, because not any of us here can actually like abide to that. Like, I can't. I'm pretty sure like all of you aren't going to sit there and be able to pull out like actual equations and like, sort your sources or cite your source. That you can't do that, but you're going to do that to me because I'm a flat earther.
I'll tell you what, we're not going to get anywhere on this discussion today, but please bring your receipts level next time if you want to talk about the flat earth, because I would like to hear about it. No problem at all. I want to bring LA into the conversation.
LA Life Abolitionism says no one has to explain themselves to you. No one owes you anything. I think he's saying that to us as a collective, also to Yerf Dogs in particular, perhaps, because I know there's a little bit of beef there.
In the drama.
And Yerf Dog says, if somebody says the Earth is an infinite plane, it's reasonable to inquire into the basis for that belief.
Yes.
Now,
Well,
LA, welcome. Good to have you in the comments. You are free to come on here, and I will moderate, and I won't allow any name calling, etc. Talk about that. Let's talk about that. This view that you have that no one has to explain themselves. No one owes anything to anybody. Come on and talk about that, brother. It's good to have you here.
I feel the same way.
You have somebody here who is an acolyte for that viewpoint. Level agrees with you.
Well, here's the thing. It's just because what we're trying to, like, from my perspective, all I'm trying to do is just share ideas, right? I didn't come into here thinking this was a debate situation or anything. I thought we were just here to shoot the shit, you know?
I mean, in the comments, you literally challenged Cougar Doomer
No, brother,
saying
it's not
that I
a
don't
debate.
agree with
It's
your
merely
view.
asking you, where are you getting this information from? Because it's interesting.
Yeah.
And, don't forget, everyone's coming at this from different angles. People are, holding their views because of different experiences, that they've been in receipt of different information. And when they hear your views, just as when you hear their views, they are alien and oppositional forces, and they have different reasoning based on different facts.
I understand.
So it's merely
I've never asked anybody to give.
It's merely an effort to try and compare and contrast. It's in good faith, brother. Please stop thinking it's a personal attack. It's in
But it
good
isn't in
faith.
good faith because you guys, the one side that is opposed to me is always going to fall back on this whole system, the whole book system. We learned this in school.
Level. From my cursory glance into the world of flat earthers, they have done many experiments which they wholeheartedly believe to prove the flat earth. Now, you could have brought all of those up if you wanted to.
I've already told you that I don't have that kind of mind. Like my mind does not
that's
function
all you have
on
to
that
say, and
level.
we'll change the subject.
I said that
Okay. Maybe next time. But look, life. You have to accept that when you come into a public sphere and say something, it's tyrannical to believe that nobody has a right to reply and ask questions. I mean, would you really like that if the glove was on the other hand?
Those weren't
if the glove was
replies
on
or
the other
questions.
hand,
That was somebody simply saying, "Give me proof." That's not asking me anything about it.
Level, please. I'm sorry, I have to mute you for temporarily.
He's getting meta DMW now.
Level, please. I'm muting you now, but please wait for me to finish. You are somebody who believes in the flat earth. I'm giving you a freedom to express yourself here, yeah? Now, as far as you're concerned, we live in some global conspiracy where there are powers that be that want to hide the truth from us, in your eyes, which is that we live on a flat, infinite plane. Now, you want to go on to these, you want to go into the public square and illuminate people, okay? Now, part of that process is trying to persuade them. You have to be more powerful.
I'm not trying to persuade anybody,
brother. Well, why are you here? Why are you talking about it?
I'm just giving you my ideas because I have no friends. I have nothing else to do right now. I was asked to come up here because someone said you guys were cool, and I wanted to come up here and chat with people who I thought were like-minded.
Okay, well, you're welcome here.
That's not happening.
Level. This isn't, again, it's not a personal attack. It's not a personal attack. I'm merely, you said you're not used to streams. This is just the way it is. This is no different to if you went to the local pub or cafe, or you were sitting at a bus stop talking to someone, they would reply to you and ask questions. I'm sorry, that's just the way human nature is. Now, if you want to, think of this more positively. This is an opportunity for you to sharpen your rhetoric, to sharpen the way you reply to things, to illuminate others with a more effectiveness. He has gone. Level, I'm sorry if we pushed you away, but Level, this is a learning curve. This is a learning experience. This is nothing personal. Do you understand? This is what human
I
interaction is
understand.
like. It's
Okay,
not all
and I'll
one
try
way.
to.
We do
I'll
not
try to
live
bring
in
it
a
down, Chris.
solipsistic wankers universe. This is a
I-
world
I-
of many minds coming together, trying to
Thoroughly
find out what is going on. I want
plurality.
to bring life abolitionism on the show. Life abolitionism, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
I'm not going to be here very long. I don't really want a long back and forth. I just want to say my piece and then I'm out. Basically, there are some people who don't present any ideas. They come here just to be contrarian, to be antagonistic, to put people on cross-examination without ever presenting any original substantive ideas of their own. It's not being done in good faith. It is antagonistic. And basically they're just here to invalidate what anybody else has to say without providing any contributions of their own. And I do feel that it is an attack. And a lot of people feel that they are attacked because that is exactly what it is. They know exactly what is going on. They feel attacked because they are being attacked. And then they're being gaslit to say, oh, no, we're just having a discussion. Okay, no, it's not a discussion.
Can I just stop you for a moment? Life abolitionism. Can I just stop you for a moment?
But I'm going to go, though. I'm going to go. I just want to say my piece and I'm leaving. I don't want to have a back and forth.
Well, okay, I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to say one thing.
Someone who knows what they're talking
Dogs,
about.
I think that's directed at you. Now, Yerf Dogs, you've said a few
Oh, he's
things
gone.
I've disagreed with on this show. You know, you've said we're moving towards a caliphate. I said I don't know if AI will allow that. You've said you think AI is a bubble, it's going to burst, and we're not going to. I said I don't necessarily agree with that. Clearly, life abolitionism, Yerf Dogs is open to allowing people to disagree with him. Okay, he's not somebody who comes. He gives opinion on things, and he allows challenge. Why are you suggesting he doesn't give opinions on things? I don't understand what you're getting at. Yerf Dogs, would you like to say something?
I would rather talk to LA face to I don't want to talk about him. I'd rather him on the panel and we go back and forth.
Okay, well, LA, please do come back. I mean, would you agree with what I just said there, Yerf Dogs? You do give opinions. He's making out that you don't give opinions on anything. You don't speculate on what might be.
Okay, so let me just say this much. This all just goes back to a conflict we have because I don't praise his book. That's what this is about. And he believes he's made statements to the effect that I never contribute anything of my own. I'm just a critic. Fine, but that's actually not true. I can demonstrate that's not true. I've got a history of contributions of my own. So blah,
then
blah,
please, by all means, share.
Well, I'm talking specifically in this sense about antinatalism and stuff on my Substack and essays I've
hasn't
written and
written
stuff.
much about it. He had many
sorry?
essays on the subject. He used to have his own theory, didn't you, Yerf Dogs, in relation to consent, right? Now, I don't understand this viewpoint that you don't have any opinions, you don't have any speculative opinions.
No, it's not that I don't have opinions. His
theory,
his narrative is that that all my content is stealing from other people to critique them.
That's his narrative is that you're just spewing other people's ideas and you don't have any of your own. That's his narrative. I don't think that's fair.
That's enough. That's close enough for Jazz. Yeah. Which is cool.
As I said, I don't think that's fair.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. So, but that's why I'd rather talk to face to face.
Everyone in history.
This is. I mean, I hate to see animosity between people. LA is entitled to his opinion, as is Level, as are all of we, and we're going to be challenged. That's just the way it is in this world. I know sometimes it's annoying. Sometimes it is annoying. It's frustrating. I completely understand that. I mean, sometimes I've said things on this show and on my channel that people have challenged, and the problem is I feel like they didn't get where I was coming from. Now, sometimes it's my communication problem because, words can be problematic. You can be trying to communicate your views and it can sound this way or that, and it's not clear what you're saying. But at the end of the day, it is annoying when people get angry about this. There's no need to get angry here, guys. We are just trying to find out what is going on.
Like that because
Peace out, man. All the love.
Peace be upon you all.
All I was gonna say is I got that way because whenever I do try to share something, it's always I don't even get the chance to, and it's always somebody says, "Well, prove it," I think that's what the other guy was maybe trying to say, is that he just comes here to say that.
Level. I understand what you're saying, but can you not understand that if we all just went out there going blah 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 blah, nothing would get done if we weren't in some way able to persuade people with some attempt at proving it. Even you go about your day with a reason, with a level of reasoning, I'm sure, accepting things because other people say or have shown them to be true.
No, I make my own content.
Sorry?
About everything?
About everything?
You make your own conclusions.
Like, basically, all of the things that I have to share are all made up. Like, there's not another person out there in the world that thinks the way that I think or has the same viewpoint that I view. Like, maybe like a couple of things here, like the atmosphere being sucked out. Like, but for the most part, not many people have my viewpoint on what I think of flat Earth. You know what I mean?
I love the profile picture. Is that Danny Phantom? Anyway, cool.
Is that Danny Phantom smoking a bong?
Yeah, I know. I was like, that's so cool.
That's so funny. That's gonna get. I'm gonna recognize this one forever. Funny.
I can't get on Kick. Do you know why? Because in Australia, they've made like this age restriction thing. And I tried to verify because I already have an account and they won't let me back onto it. And they won't let me it just comes up with an error, like I can't even verify my age. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I don't like this age
like,
restriction in Australia, like young teen.
Yeah,
young
you
people
can't use the internet if you're under like 16 in Australia. They're trying to do that in Spain. Where else? I think they're trying to do that.
No, you can use the internet. You can't use social media.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's a big difference, but still, like, yeah, social. I mean, like, I had like a Snapchat account when I was like 12. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But look, I just want to go back to level. I think you're going to be very frustrated in life if you can't get to grips with this fact that people are going to reply to what you say and ask questions.
Yeah.
They didn't, though. All they said was prove it.
That is a question.
That's not asking a question about what I'm talking about. Like, asking a question about what I'm talking about would be like, I don't know, like, how did you come to that conclusion of this happening? And then that makes
that implies
that conclusion.
How did you come to
not
that
just
conclusion?
how did you just prove it?
That infers prove it. If I ask you how did you come to this conclusion, that is implying a level of please prove that.
Okay, I guess I'm wrong. I'm wrong because I can't prove something that's like I can say the same things to you guys. Like, prove that the globe is a globe. Like, I'm not going to ask you to do that because it's such a ridiculous question.
Aristotle.
Okay. Level. You've asked a question, and please, this is in good faith. The Earth Dogs is willing to respond to that question.
Okay. Number one, I look at it this way. If someone starts talking about Jesus and they say, Jesus commands you that we don't do X, Y, Z, I'm going to ask that person, please demonstrate that Jesus is real. Prove it. Prove that. Because unless you can do that, I have no obligation to listen to your opinion about what this fantasy figure says. All right.
So the shroud of Turon and the DNA pulled off of that doesn't count to you.
I'd like to finish my response. That's my first part. The second part of my response is you're asking in response to me, asking you simply just to clarify why you believe something. That's all I've asked. Your response is to turn it on me and say, well, what is your position? Well, my position is irrelevant.
That's not what I was saying at all, dude. I was just saying you just saying prove it is a cop-out. It makes it so hard for everybody here to have a conversation. If you're just going to, after everybody's question, after everybody's statement, you're just going to be like, prove it.
All right. Level, please. Just remain silent until you're has finished speaking, and I'll ask others to do the same for you when you're speaking. Thank you.
All right. So for me, it's about rules of engagement. If you make a claim, then yeah, I'll dig into that. If that's not, like if D&W didn't want that in this conversation, he would tell me to leave and I would obey that because it's his channel. So, but that's the way I construct dialogue, both here in my private life and my professional life. That's the way I approach everything. Now, if you don't like it, cool, I'll back right off and you can ramble. Knock yourself out.
Okay, well then I'll ramble because I don't have that same structure that you do. I've literally no friends for 20 years. I've sat here alone in a room and I haven't spoken. I've literally had moments where like my voice doesn't even work at points because I hadn't used it in so long. So excuse me if I have a little bit different of outlook on things.
Yeah, me, bro. I mean, seriously.
Oh, no. Hold on a second. Guys. Level. Guys, shut up now for a second. Level. I'm sorry to hear you haven't had any friends for 20 years or so, but Level, please don't take this the wrong way. You seem like a very nice guy. You're person. I can tell you're not a bad bloke. You're not a bad bloke. You are saying these things, I believe, from your perspective, in good faith. You believe them. You believe this is the case. Okay. Now, please try to realize that having friends is first of all, friendship. What is a friend? We've spoke about that on this show before. It's not a clear-cut thing. We don't quite know how to explain it. I'll just say it's someone you seem to get along with, but it's not something that lasts forever. It's something that someone you get along with, but it's not necessarily an eternal thing. It's somebody who could walk out your life or you could disappoint. It's somebody you get along with. Okay, now. Level, look, getting along with people involves allowing them to ask you questions, speak their mind. It involves listening, okay? It involves trying to internalize what they're saying in your mind's eye and trying to see where they're coming from. I am trying to do that with you. I'm trying to see where you're coming from on matters, okay? And part of that process is asking probing questions because I want to see why you see reality the way you do. This isn't in bad faith. This is literally to try and form a connection to you. By the way, Level, you seem to be of the view that we're not willing to change our viewpoints. We are. That's the whole point of this show. We are willing to change our perspective.
So if I showed you an image...
Level, I'm still talking, Level. I used to be an anti-natalist. I'm not anymore. Okay? I used to think it was morally wrong for all humans to reproduce. Okay, I used to think that we should stop reproduction. I've since changed my view because I've talked to people here and there, and I've formed new opinions. Okay, now, so don't think for one moment any of us here we're not holding on to our perspectives. We literally are. The clue is in the title of this fucking channel and this show, the Finding Gnosis show. We're trying to find out what is going on. Okay, and part of that is asking questions. This isn't good faith. This isn't an attack on you. Okay, one of the things we are very strict about here, or we try to be strict about here, is we don't allow attacks off the person. We ask people to question what they're saying. Okay, that's all it is. Level. We're trying to find what is an acceptable truth. That's all. Please don't take it as a personal attack. That's all that's happening here. It is in good faith.
I haven't
and again,
at all, actually.
This is how humans relate to each other, I believe, in a non-toxic manner.
Oh, he's gone again.
He's gone. Okay, I'm sorry, Level, if that pushed you away. I mean, I don't know why that would push you. Fatima, he's your friend, or he's somebody you know. I mean, was I being unreasonable there?
Wait, I don't know.
Oh no, so it's not. It's Pristine. He's back. He's back. Level. Did you hear what I said? What do you think of what I said?
Yeah, I was listening, and what I was going to say in return is like I don't hold anything. Like I don't think you guys are attacking me or anything like that. I was just kind of pointing out the fact that it's really hard to get anything from me to be like any knowledge from me if at every point someone was just going to say, prove it, because I cannot prove a single thing other than that water is level. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and if I can't get to like the crazier parts of my life or my stories and my experiences, then it's like, just like, for instance, like I had my own.
That's fine,
look, Level, we always talk about crazy shit here.
Okay, well, let me tell you about my crazy thing real quick. So my eyes split open like a reptilian, and then later on in the day, I had an invisible hand touch me on my face, right?
What? Bro, that's crazy. Your eyes split open? What do you mean? Like,
So no, I say that to say that I believe that reptilians are real because in my own experience, my own eyes had split open and the clear film had pulled apart and then went behind my eyeballs into my eye socket and like just disintegrated, I guess.
Are you a reptilian then?
I think I might be a Draco, like part Draconian, yes.
oh, okay. I did not expect that.
Can you
See, that's the thing. I'm just going to get laughed at.
What that is, Level?
Like,
What is
okay.
Draconian?
A Draconian is a reptilian humanoid being that comes from Alpha Draconis. And they are a race of beings that have been controlling this planet, so I think, for, since Egypt. Or, like, probably even before that. Probably, like, Enoch. And, like, all of them.
Level plane. I too have had very strange.
But see, you're all going to discredit me already just because I say something like that.
I can't discredit you.
I
You
just witnessed it. You guys
you
laughed at me, and you are now going to push on past it.
I
You
never
don't care
laughed
about
at you. I never laughed at you. I personally never laughed at you. I think that was the Earth Dogs. Now, you've had an experience. I can't say you didn't have that experience. What I will say is I've had very strange experiences as well. I've spoke about them on this channel. I've had an apparition of an old hag appear to me on a country lane and then disappear. And I don't know where she came from or where she went. I've also had poltergeist experiences. I've had many strange experiences.
You want me to be
also? I believe you. I believe every single one of those.
You can believe me. You can believe me. But part of me, Level Plane, part of me is willing to also explore the potential that my experiences were just mere hallucinations. Are you open to that?
So whenever I got touched on my face, whenever a physical, invisible hand caressed me on my cheek, and I had a moment of pure bliss happen throughout my body, like my spine and everything, that wasn't anything. That was me having a hallucination.
Well, level Plane. I don't know if you're aware, but hallucinations can be of many different types. You can have auditory hallucinations where you hear things. You can have tactile hallucinations where you feel things. You can have olfactory hallucinations where you smell things. What else am I missing, guys?
Level. Do you want me to
in sleep paralysis, you can actually feel demons or whatever they are. I don't know what they are, but there is something in my sleep paralysis that even attacked me recently, like the other night. Like it was like this unbearable feeling on my back. Like I called it a creep. I confronted it, and then it came right up to the side of my ear and like opened its mouth, and like it was full just horror movie style. I made these weird mouth noises, and then I felt like something unbearable on my back, and then I woke up. But yeah, it is weird. It's like
no, you have to prove it. You gotta prove it, Jackie. I don't believe you unless you prove it.
Level. I like you. I think you're a sensitive person.
I see
There's
Black
nothing wrong
Shadow.
with being sensitive, but I will say
no. I'm just making a point.
You're making a point. You're making a point. But I'm also saying I think you're a sensitive individual. Now I will say, brother, I understand being sensitive is hard, but for your own mental sanity,
being hard is having everybody laugh at you your entire life and discredit you your entire life. That's the hard part.
Mental sanity, you're going to have to try and work out a framework for trying to orient this world.
So you want me to talk like you guys?
People ask questions.
You want me? Yeah, I understand. No, what you want is for me to be like super chill and nice and be like, hey, blah blah blah, Sandy, blah blah blah. This, can we have a discussion on that? That's how you guys would want. But instead, I'm actually like this, and I'm like, hey, wait, can I have my own say? Right?
No, I'm not.
That's what you guys don't like.
Else level playing. I'm just telling you to be somebody who's able to communicate.
Yeah, it's it's.
I want to bring Kukadima back on. Kukadima, please, please.
Can I share a picture? Are we allowed to share pictures?
Yes,
sure. I'm curious.
How would I do that?
Present at the bottom. There's a square with a plus sign.
You have a drawing and you just turn your
at the bottom.
Let's see.
As long as it's YouTube friendly.
Yeah, guys, be nice to Level. He is new here, and I don't think he's a bad bloke. Just he just needs a little bit of direction. And we're not telling him to change his mind. We're just trying to help him live in a world without being infuriated by others, you know?
Yeah, it's because...
And that must be... Look, Level, I have some sympathy for you. I think it must be very difficult to live in this world where you feel infuriated with others. I'm just trying to help you relate to them more and make it less of a chore. He's hopped off. Cougar Doomer, do you want to come on here and say something? You've come back.
Hey, Cougar Doomer. Hi.
Yeah, I came back. I don't know why. Anyway.
Everyone keeps coming back.
Can I talk about like something like
you can
certain,
check out anytime you like, but you just can't leave.
I know. It's a sickness. God damn it.
California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely
Well, I'm going to say that I'm going to say the same thing I always say. I always learn something. You people, what are you doing? I always learn something.
What did you learn?
I always get a little bit of folk science, and I like folk science. People think a lot of things, and they're not wrong. People are not wrong. They're just misaligned with reality. Now, reality, people say, is subjective. That's not exactly true, but it takes a lot of training and a lot of diligence and a lot of self-reflection, self-analysis to be in touch with reality and not walk away from it. So the folk science is really interesting. It's like what people do when they know there's something going on, they know there's some real world, but they kind of don't know how to approach it. You know what I mean? It is searching. It is searching. It's trying to make sense of things.
Mm-hmm.
But there's I think here's something that I'm really fascinated with. The real world is amazing. The more you learn about the real world, and this is why advanced degrees in like science and philosophy and geology and everything else is so important, because you get closer to the real world, and the real world is goddamned amazing. But I think everybody knows that. So if you don't have the tools, formal tools, to actually grapple with the real world, then you do the best you can, and we call that folk science. And that's not wrong. You follow me? That's not wrong. That's how it started, right? That's how we started. It was all folk science. So it's not wrong. It got us where we are.
I agree. We shouldn't make fun of people where they're
at. I don't. But what I try to do, and maybe I'm too high strung and I can't really do it. I try to tell people, I try to show people, look, you're doing the right thing. This is a cool thing you're doing. You're not just watching Netflix, right? You're doing the right thing here. But there's more to it. And I get excited about the more. There's something out there. There's real phenomena. And they're real. And they're amazing. And the closer you get to reality, the more amazed you become. And sometimes people who get really close to reality actually go through it to the other side and come back to spirituality. I mean, this can happen to people. It happens in physics all the time. In mathematics, you get closer and closer to reality, and then you just like you crash through it. And then you're almost back to folk science again. There's something circular to this.
I think I've experienced that, to be honest with you. When you start questioning everything, it all falls apart, and you don't know what's going on, and then you start going into kind of woo-woo stuff again. I'm definitely somebody who's experienced that.
Yeah, but the woo is a thing.
But it serves a purpose. It serves a purpose. I think that is the canvas from which you gain inspiration to explore reality. The woo-woo is the canvas from which you gain inspiration to think about reality and experiment and put out ideas on what might be going on. There's nothing wrong with a bit of woo-woo.
No, there isn't. And like I said, the deeper you get into the reality of it, there's a lot of woo on the other side. Okay? And people who have been there know what I'm saying.
Like I was gonna share a picture. That's all.
Yeah, go ahead, Level. Level wants to share.
I don't know how.
Picture. Well, there is at the bottom of the screen. You should be able to see an icon that signifies a computer monitor, and it's got a little plus sign on it. That is the present screen.
Yeah, I don't think
you turned your camera on. Sorry, that was the camera you turned on. Yeah, it's the button beside that, to the right of that, I believe. On my one, it is anyway.
On my application, I don't have that.
Okay.
I'm on the laptop.
Maybe he's on his phone. I'm talking about the desktop version. I don't know.
Yeah, I have this is share screen. Yeah, I do.
I just want to add something to this.
Sorry, say that again.
I just want to add something to this. My heuristic when people present their opinions, I actually don't care about people's opinions. I couldn't give a rat. I just don't give a fuck, to be honest, what you think or what you believe, because everyone has opinions. My focus is why you believe that thing. That's all I'm interested in. So if somebody says, X, Y, Z, or the Earth is an infinite plane, or there's woo on the other side of reality, cool.
For me, I watched years and years of people who like Bro. Do you know who Bro Sanchez is?
So as I was saying, my point is that if you, there is some crazy shit out there that.
Yeah, and I've been out there like watching it all, and I'm sitting here just saying, like, if there's a whole skew of things that you haven't seen, but I have seen, why is it that I'm always wrong if I try to share it to you who hasn't seen something?
Say you were wrong. I said that you can't establish a justification for the statements you're making about flat Earth. That was the focus. That's all. That was the only focus.
I think for me, where things become unhinged is when someone says, well, it's a fact, or it has to be this way, or you're dumb if you don't believe this. The world is complicated, but there's only probably one set of facts. And we kind of have to agree on those. And if we can't, then there's a larger problem.
I would also add to that there are things, obviously there are things we don't know. We're so limited with these monkey brains and our perception just limited more than we probably really understand and appreciate. However, that being the case, that doesn't mean we can just make stuff up. I mean, unfortunately, whether we like it or not, the limits of our knowledge are the things that we know, and that's really all we have to go on at this point in time. It may all change after 100 years when we suddenly realize, wow, we were wrong the whole time. That's okay too.
Yeah, but people, but there's the world of phenomena, and people can have, opinions about the nature of God or the nature of love or the nature, of money or politics or whatever. But when you get beyond the abstractions that we love to pursue and argue about, and that, that's why there's 10,000 religions, right? When you get past that, then you run into the realm of phenomena.
Okay, so I did put a picture in the thing here.
In the private chat. Okay, I'll have a look at it now. 1 second.
Oh, it's a video. Okay, cool.
I think there's different explanations for certain phenomenon. Like people could think, oh, this is happening to me, and then later find out it's something else. Like I was looking into people who think that their toaster is like broadcasting the radio, and their TV is talking. The people on the TV are talking to them directly. It's actually a real delusion that some people have to take medication for, and it goes away. But other times there's explanations like apparently fillings in teeth can cause radio broadcasting, or coils in a fridge, or some other toaster explanation. So sometimes you have to look for other explanations other than these supernatural experiences are happening to me. Anyway, that was just my point, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, Level, you want us to watch this video? I've sped it up, hopefully, because it's 20 minutes long, but I've sped it up. We'll have a look at it.
Is they discovered that the entire underneath the ice, there's hundreds of volcanoes. Okay, and let's see if I can show that. And lava flows. Okay, you can see that, right? Yes. Okay, so under the Antarctic ice, hundreds of volcanoes, countless, and lava flows. So wait a minute. So in the 15 something to 1600, this dude draws a map that shows it was called Terra del Fuego. Okay, hundreds of years ago, we didn't have orbiting science platforms doing land analysis and looking through the ice. Okay, right. Okay. So,
Level, I don't know why you put that music over it. It's really hard to listen to, but I'm gonna try.
Is that important at all?
So I have a different one without the music. I don't even know how you got that video, to be honest.
Yeah. Please share us a better one.
I had shared an image. I had just shared an image. If you can find that.
No. If you look in private chat, that's the link. The link you shared is a video on your channel. If you look.
Oh no, yeah, I'm on the little thing here where it says present, and I have an image.
Okay, I'll share that now. There you go.
Oh, okay, that's how it goes.
There you go. It's on screen. Yeah, what would you like to say about it, Level?
Okay, well, this is a picture from a Russian rocket launch in 1972. And there's a few other that kind of like go along with this picture, but this is the main image of what I would say is the flat Earth that everybody wants to know. But please, I share this so that you all can see it and discuss it. I've seen this for like years now. I just,
Is this serious or are you trolling?
I mean, where's Hawaii for a start?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Why would there be Hawaii that you can even see from this high up?
I mean, Hawaii is in the Pacific Ocean, right? And it looks like the Pacific Ocean is gone in this image, and you just have a little water. Where is Hawaii? Are you refuting the existence of Hawaii?
No, but I'm pretty sure we all know. Well, at least I do, that the land masses aren't exactly where they're supposed to be. Like, if you're thinking about it as a globe, then you're already starting off wrong.
Okay, fair enough. I'm asking you, where is Hawaii positioned on the flat Earth?
How can I tell you where Hawaii is on this? Like, what do you...
You just said you know, and that just opens the door to asking you, how do you know?
I don't... Okay, I'm sharing an image. That's all. You guys can take whatever you want from it.
Yeah, I am.
What do you want us to take from the image?
Whatever I want from it, and I'm asking you, where is Hawaii?
Where's Hawaii? It's the stupidest fucking question I've ever heard in my life. I don't know where the fuck Hawaii is. I don't know where Hawaii is on a fucking normal map, man. Like, I'm just sharing you this that you can see. And if you want to discredit it because you can't see fucking Hawaii, then that's on you, brother.
What do you want us to take from this photograph or this picture, this image? I don't think it's a photograph. What do you want us to take from this?
God, it's 1,000%.
By the way, Level, you have somebody supporting you in the comments. Divine says she's on your team, as is Nibbles. So don't think you only have detractors on this channel. You have supporters as well.
Okay, I think that what you guys have to start asking yourselves is, like, why can't I accept something that I'm being shown just because of whatever mind frame that you guys have?
What's the source? What's the basis for why should anyone accept this?
Then don't accept it. That's on you, dude. I'm not going to make you accept it or make you not accept it. I'm just showing you something like, if you guys can sit there and believe that there's a fucking marble Earth, and you guys can look it up on Google, and you see all these different versions of a globe Earth, and I show you one version of a flat Earth, and you guys just don't want to even believe it, it's okay.
What if I was to do the same that you just did, and I put up a picture of the globe Earth that was taken by a Russian rocket, and I said, and I'd say exactly the same things you're saying. Well, why don't you believe it? Because I showed you a picture.
I sure the hell wouldn't be like, oh, where's Alaska?
What is your method for determining the veracity of something.
Well, don't worry about the veracity of it. It's
I'm
just a pretty
looking at the
picture.
horizon. I'm looking at the depths. I'm looking at the perspective of the image. That's what I look at.
So this is
It's a pretty
world, right?
picture. It's a
world, right?
It's a pretty picture. It's a pretty picture. That's all it is. It's cave art.
I think it's more than cave art. I think it's art with an agenda. Now,
This is the world, right?
I want to ask you, when did you come across this image, brother? When did you
Like 2008, 9, maybe. I don't know.
2008 and 9. Okay. I mean,
Bro,
honestly,
I have so much that I can share with you, but I feel like every single thing that I share is just going to be laughed at, just like this is.
No, look, level. That was I was asking an honest question. When I said where is Hawaii, that was an honest question. I was merely asking where is Hawaii. That wasn't trying to.
What? Okay, okay, and then all I'm saying is look at the scale of things. Do you really think that you're going to find Hawaii on this map or this picture? If it's to scale, if this is a real image to scale, there's no way you can see Hawaii. If South America is that big, come on.
I was asking you where on that circle would Hawaii be situated, because clearly it's not in the place I believe it to be at the moment, which is, way out west from the United States of America, way out west. I mean,
Right.
Where is it on the flat Earth?
That's when I would say you would have to overlay, like, what's the other type of map? I forget what it's called.
Hawaii or something.
I'm not sure this guy isn't trolling.
Bro, what? I'm out of here, bro. Just fuck off.
No, level.
No, this is ridiculous. This is so fucking stupid, dude.
Level.
There's so many
Have you got
different
other
theories.
images? Christine is your friend, isn't it? Tell him to.
This is the problem, is that people are so close-minded that they won't even accept a simple fucking image, dude.
Level, with
I have thousands of these things, dude.
Okay.
It's a pretty picture. I accept it as a pretty picture.
Okay, it looks nice, but still, like, is that supposed to be of the world or what? Like, I'm confused because
Now there's a lot of people in the chat who are flat earthers or who are sympathetic to Level's viewpoint, and they are being quite irate in the live chat. I would say, come on here, guys, illuminate us. I mean, this is what this is about. We've got Martine saying, so much for finding Gnosis. You couldn't find your ass in the dark with a flashlight. Now, he also says you can't even prove what you know is real.
Man.
And he also says neither round nor flat Earth exist. Okay, well, come on and explain that statement, brother.
It's a cube.
Divine says each one of us has different DNA, different lifestyle beliefs and connections. We are meant to be ourselves and different from anybody here on Earth. Okay, but would you not agree that we have some relational capacity, Divine? We have some ability to converse and relate to each other. Does that not involve trying to step into each other's shoes, asking questions and being genuine in our interest in relation to what others are saying? Is it not okay that we ask questions, try to sniff out the truth in what they're saying, to see if we can see what they see?
If you want me to be like honest and sincere about what I think the Earth is, I don't care what shape the Earth is, to be honest, because like it doesn't address like my daily life and my own existential.
The Chatter King says silly fluffs, silly flat Earths. I mean, okay. Well, anyway, go ahead then, Fatima. And anybody else want to come on, please?
No,
just shout in the live chat. Come on in.
It's just that I don't care about the shape of the planet because, because it doesn't mean anything in my life, like immediate life. Like there's more bigger issues than like the shape of the planet, But if you want me to be brutally honest, I do not think it's flat because like people from fucking the Sumerians to Aristotle to Aquinas to Ibn Sina all proved, along with modern day peoples, that the Earth is at least not flat and not the same as it's described in any ancient Judaic scripture, and those are from people from different cultures, different faiths, different schools of philosophy. One was a Greek pagan, one was a Catholic, and one was a Islamic one, and they all come to the same conclusions that the Earth is at least not flat. All of them, and that's
isn't
all.
it? Isn't it an oblique spheroid or something? It's like a. It's got a. It's not perfectly symmetrical in its roundness, right? The actual planet.
No, it's not. That's because it has bumps. It has oceans. Oceans are what caves. Like it has the mountains. So of course it's not a good.
I believe
sphere,
it's
but-
slightly egg shaped. It's narrower at the top than at the bottom. Maybe
Yes,
something like that.
yes, and that makes sense because there's hills on our planet. There's ups and downs, and of course the only reason
Nibbles
why
says we're all appealing to authority.
Holy shit, man! Come on here, then.
No, it's Nibbles. It's not that deep. It's merely asking where are you getting this information from. That's all.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
not,
so
that's not
so
an
I
appeal to
found
authority. Can we explore
found-
this further?
I found the original. Soviet photograph.
Do you want to share it? And
No, I don't want to share it because I found it on my computer, not on my phone. So that's not going to work. But listen, here's what it is, and I understand now what happened. It's taken in 1966. It's a long time ago, folks. It's a black and white, very blurry black and white picture of the Earth, and it's in like quarter shadow, so not even full. It's in quarter shadow, and it's very black and white. It's almost indecipherable in this picture. It is so pixelated and so blurred and so raw that it is almost indecipherable. It could be any planet. It could be Mars. But it is black and white, completely black and white, so it's completely atonal. You can't see the oceans or anything else. And it's 1966 Soviet satellite, and they call it, I'm going to call it this, okay? Here it comes. The first full disk image of Earth, the first full disk photograph of the Earth taken on May 30th. So it's right here in the description. They're calling it a full disk. Now, that's a bit unfortunate, but that's what they called it. And this is the photograph that set this off.
I think I have the link. I'll put it in the private chat. So D&W, if that's interesting.
Yeah, okay. I'll share that now. 1 second.
I think
Oh, in
that's
the
what
private
Cougar's
chat
talking
you've got.
about.
How long was that
Neville
gone?
says, Not true, not true, not true.
Oh well.
It's a different image, but I don't know.
But you can see it, right? You can see how this happens.
Yeah, I'm going
This
to
is-
Um,
look at this image that
So,
Okay.
Dogs is sharing.
what about people who think that it's like a holographic universe and that our 3D reality is a projection from a
What the hell is that?
deeper 2D universe and those types
That's
of
just
theories?
going back. I think that's just going back to like everything is like a computer simulation theory. You know, like.
Oh well, no. Actually, in fairness, the holographic universe is a different theory, and that is a working hypothesis that people do have. I don't think there's much evidence for it, but it is a real topic of discussion, and it is a real thing.
I'll take it.
The holographic principle.
Heard
Is
of
what it's
it.
called.
Yeah, I don't know much about it. Just take my word for it that I've heard about it in serious
it is
circles.
called the holographic principle. It's a real theory, but I just think that maybe it's possible that if reality is malleable and not solid, maybe these storylines about, I mean, yes, they are consistent, granted, for the most part, but maybe our Earth can change into many different like shapes or yeah, I don't know, who knows? Like the storyline could change maybe.
Is that what you wanted me to share, Yerf Dogs? What is this?
Yeah,
This is the
that's the one.
actual-
That's got the same title as Cougar. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's wholly different looking to what Level shared.
I'm just saying that's how it gets started. Again, folk science.
Okay, well, I put up a video. It has a little bit of my music that I create behind it, but it's the same flat Earth image that I just showed you, but with all of the other images that I got along with it. Okay.
But where is that image source from? Where's that from?
Here we go.
Well, all the rest of that's in Photoshop. I'm just saying that this black and white
where is the
image.
commentary on this video? This is just music.
What do you want
You
us
wanted
to
to
get
know
from this
music?
image?
Okay, so what I'm telling you, the original image that I showed you that was like in kind of black and white, this is the same image, but put in like just a normal like editing thing. So you can find like the sepia filter, you can put on the fucking whatever filter you want, and these are all the other images that come up that came out of it. These
So
aren't like
what?
all edited. So what?
Yeah, so what? I can put an image into Photoshop. I can
Yeah,
mess
it doesn't
around with
make
the
it.
texture as
I've
well.
actually ran this image through AI to see if it was. It's a real image.
Yeah, I agree. The image, the photo, the thing that we're looking at is real. That doesn't mean the subject. That doesn't mean it's a photograph. The image may be real. I'm sure it obviously exists. That doesn't mean that what it's portraying exists.
Okay, so if I showed you the actual blue sky that's in the back there where the horizon is, you would still think it's not real.
Well, I'm withholding belief. I'm waiting for you to explain the source of the picture.
I already did. I told you. It's from a Russian
You claimed
rocket
it was from a
launch.
Russian rocket, right?
That's what the Google back search had told me. Where I personally got it from was from another flat Earth channel that was just going along their business, and it was shared like probably
Right,
from
so
the
you got it
dark
from a
web.
flat Earth channel, and you just accepted it as fact, is what was said.
Oh my god, brother! You really gonna pull that shit? Oh, you got it from fucking some bullshit channel, so it's not real,
No, it's
bro.
not pulling
Nobody
shit.
in the
I'm just
whole entire fucking world has seen this fucking image, and you're just every single time I show it, this is the same shit that I get from people every fucking time.
Where is look? Okay. We want to look at the veracity of this image. Where does it come from? Who took the picture? Can you give us the source?
The Russians, NASA. Who was it? The Russians, NASA, the Soviets, because the Soviets were there at the time.
I mean, Stalin has a photo where he photoshopped it is made out of the picture. That was from Russia as well.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, he was.
I mean, that's what you've told us. It's from Russia. Okay.
Ruined everything. It's like whatever. Like if this is the way you guys treat any information, then this is what's wrong with all of this. If you can't even just even for a second contemplate or be a skeptic or anything, like you're just instantly going, fake AI, fake bullshit, AI.
Level. I don't know how long you've been here, but we're an extremely skeptical channel to the degree that we question everybody, including you. Why should you say we should reserve our skepticism for anybody?
I'm not saying reserve it, but what I just witnessed is that you all dismissed the image because of what? Because it's Photoshop. But then I tried to prove to you that it wasn't a Photoshop image. It's literally the original. And then all the others, like all the other ones that were different colors and shit, that was me going in there and being like, let me like dissect the image a little bit, see what else I can pull out of it. That's the only thing that's like Photoshopped. But it's not Photoshop. That's just actually editing the image to like bring out the contrast. It's not Photoshop.
Guy, level playing. I can see you're very upset, brother, and I want you to chill out a bit. I'm sorry if we've upset you. That is not the aim of this this show. It's not to upset you, but you do look pretty upset. We've lost him. He will be back, I'm sure. He says his device is not connected. Okay, well, I don't know what to say. I mean, how are you meant to have an adult conversation if you can't ask legitimate questions about the veracity of something?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is kind of like, as I said, I don't care what other people believe, but if I start questioning you and if you get like that explosive, then like I don't know, like, because like I used to be like that until I matured a bit, and now I can talk to people about differing views now. So
Martin,
sometimes
do you want to come on here? Martin
Right.
says we are talking down to people, and that often upsets them. I mean,
we're just asking
I tried my
questions.
best not to talk down to.
Please demonstrate the source of the photo is not talking down to somebody.
Yeah, we're
Grow up,
asking
honestly.
questions.
I will
Investigation.
say I have noticed people my age are a bit
Perpetual
more.
Pleasurist is here, guys. Fantastic to see you, Perpetual Pleasurist. Haven't seen you in a long time. Great to have you. Do come on, brother. We are talking about the future.
The emo era. So that seems to be a common thing, I guess. I don't know why my generation seems more emotional. I don't know if anyone has any theories on that. It might be not the place or the time for that topic, but anyways. Yeah, I don't think it matters what shape the Earth is really. I think it matters where we are. It's like, where are we? What is this? I think that because it's not easily knowable, like it's not easy to know, and this, we could be getting lied to. There could be lies out there. We kind of just have to keep living our lives, and yeah, I don't know. Like, what can we do about it? We could be in anything. We could be in an unreal dream, like
Well,
some
you
kind
see,
of
you say it doesn't
VR.
matter, but it's part of a specific cultural mythos that these people have attached themselves to, that somehow there is an ultimate power here on planet Earth that is hiding the truth from us to such a degree that they are hiding the fact that we live on a flat Earth from us. That is part of their cultural mythos.
Yeah.
That is something they believe is of fundamental importance, because that is the first step to realizing not all is as it seems.
Right.
Now, that's
Exactly.
why they find it important. It would be important if you believed that it was the case. I mean, if I believed the Earth was flat and mainstream science, school systems, governments, etc., space agencies were hiding the fact that it was flat from us, I would say that would be an important thing to discuss and talk about. But personally, I don't believe it.
Yeah. I mean, like, people need to realize that if they're going to talk about like philosophy or these kind of things, which is linked to epistemology, they need to know about the concept of valuabilism. That is, it's the principle that absolute certainty is impossible. Any belief or theory, including scientific empirical claims, could be subject to either be true or false, or become prone to future revisions, which is good. But still, like, I have not seen anything that's really strong from the flat earther side that lets me warranted my own ideas about the Earth's shapes. I've yet to see anything strongly convincing about it. It would be
Perpetual Pleasurist asks, thanks, dude. Is the conversation focused on points of agreement? He's not sure if he can make it on the live, but he can comment for a bit. Well, actually, Perpetual Pleasurist, I'd like to get your opinion on where the future is headed, where we are headed as a species. What is going to happen in the future? Do come on and talk about that. Give us your gut instinct on the matter, if you can. We would love to hear that. We have Brother Marcus here, Count Marcus. How are you, Brother Marcus? What would you like to say, Brother Marcus? You can talk about that, but also I want to get your opinion on where the future is headed.
I was confused by the 1966 photo being compared to the other photo because they look different to me.
Yeah, I agree. I went by the title that Cougar gave.
Okay, but here's what happens. Here's what happens with folk science. There's always a basis of reality. There really was a picture taken by Russia in 1966, black and white, showing the Earth as a disk. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
People then take that and they say, well, then if it's a disk, then the picture just failed to grasp the rest of the real picture. So they add it, they draw it in. And then someone comes along and says, wait, this is based on a Russian satellite picture from 1966. Wow, this is amazing. This is wacky. And then they do something with it, and they spread it, and they say
I'm
this proves the
challenging
flat
you
Earth.
on the 1966 claim. I don't think you have sufficient evidence to suggest that the first picture is from 1966.
It looks like it's from 1972. I'm just trying to find where it is now.
And like I just reverse image searched it. You could find things that look similar to it. It's not the 1966 thing. It just copy and paste the thing, and it'll show like multiple results.
Okay, well, when I do a search on 1966 Soviet picture of the Earth,
Okay,
you
but
get
why
all
are you searching that in the
kinds of.
first place?
I'm just doing it. Okay.
But we're talking about the first picture. That was the point that we
Okay,
were
the first picture is actually a drawing. I'm saying that the drawing is based on this other picture, which is a real photograph, an actual photograph of the Earth
I
from
don't
space.
agree with you. I don't agree with you.
You don't think it's an actual photograph of Earth from space by the Russians?
I don't.
Why would it not be? They were doing things in 1966.
They don't look similar.
Okay, well that's what Photoshop is for.
Oh, this is like the reverse of what's happening.
No, this is what always happens.
No,
There's a kernel of truth to all these things.
We've been arguing ever since like the last. Oh my lord!
And in terms of the source, he already communicated the source. He got it from a flat Earth source. So if I'm like, what's the opposite of flat Earth? Like if I'm going to say, hey, I got my evidence from
globe Earth.
If I got my evidence from a website that argues for globe Earth, like in terms of presenting things for evaluation, I think where we cite our sources is important. This is where I got triggered and I wanted to come on. Does that make sense?
I guess my take on it isn't so much that he got it from a flat Earth source. It's that he was just basically saying, I got it off the internet. That was kind of my point.
Which is fine. Like there are.
Yeah, it's cool, but it doesn't prove the veracity of the picture.
In fact, it looks like a crater.
From anywhere.
I put it in the chat. I forgot the crater. If you look up that crater name and then compare it to that picture, it looks pretty similar.
Man,
guys, we have AI, we have Google, we can do this.
I actually agree. Yeah, like flat Earth source. Like, damn.
So it's CHICXULUB crater. Does this ring a bell?
No.
I think I found a flat Earth video which seems to talk about it. I don't know. I put the link in the private chat. Maybe look later, look now. I don't know. I don't
Here, I'm gonna
mind.
put the crater in
now because I'm curious
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
Like,
do
I'm
that.
curious
Yeah,
as
put
to
the
like
crater
why
in.
these people believe what they.
Or like, if any of you could look up that crater and then look at images and see if it looks similar.
Okay, so you want me to play this?
It's
Hello
the
to
real-
Ricardo. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome, brother.
Oh, hey,
Hello,
Ricardo. What's
thank
up?
you.
Oh wow. Okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah,
Right?
good man.
What's
Slow
that?
You've been
Nice.
blocked from the New York Times because we suspect that you're a robot. Probably true.
Yeah,
Steve,
AI, man, I tell you.
did you see it?
Yeah. I'm trying to get. Oh, it's on Instagram. Hang on a minute. Okay, here we go. Here's the. I'll link that in the private chat. Just an image. Yeah, looks to be the same thing.
Yeah, that looks way similar, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm going back in the audience.
Oh,
Cheers, mate.
dang! So he came on just to like verify. Okay.
No, good on him.
Yeah, classic Marcus. Yeah, always wanting to verify things.
Yeah, see that image there. So it looks like it's a false image.
So what has been accomplished?
That's
here?
the image you're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like a painting or like photoshopped.
Well, that's an artist's impression.
Yeah. Doesn't look real, does it?
But
Okay,
it's
yeah.
not the flat Earth. So
No.
Wait, so is this the thing that Brother Marcus thinks is actually the source of the photo that Level Up like showed us? Like this is actually the source. It's just the creator.
No, it might be that the Russian rocket took a photo of this, and then everybody got excited, and maybe that photo was doctored with to become a flat
Edited
Earth.
to put in all of the continents except freaking Hawaii. Genius.
Okay, so there's a video here. We'll watch this a little bit, maybe. Let's have a look.
Beyond the world, beyond the poles. Okay.
I have no idea what this is. I just found it.
PDF file, a book.
Does it have audio? I don't.
Oh, you can't hear it. Okay, it must be me.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Is it a slideshow? I don't see.
No, it's actually a YouTube video. It's not working.
Oh, it
Sorry.
is? Oh, I thought it kind of looked like a internet archive like link of like a book, like a PDF book. Yeah.
I'll remove it then. Sorry about that.
That's weird. Well, these things are interesting actually, but like once you like think about them more, like you'd be like, why would the government hide like the? I can understand the government hiding like powerful, like a rich person's island and like its web of influence in global politics, but why the hell would our minds be broken if the shape of the world was lied about? Like, why is that so urgent? Like, I don't understand that conspiracy at all. Like, that never made sense. Other conspiracy theories,
and to have a conspiracy like that, it's not the government. How many governments do you think would have to be involved? The Chinese have a space program. The Russians have a space program.
Yes, they do.
Even the Indians have a space program. So how many governments have to be doing this?
Iran has a space program.
Why would China go along with some shadowy U.S. government NASA conspiracy? Why would China go along with that? Wouldn't they just put up a satellite and say, "Here's the Earth, people. You're all fucked." Why wouldn't they just do that?
Yeah, exactly. Like out of all the conspiracy theories, I think actually the flat Earth is the one that's made up by actual like FBI agents to make actual conspiracy theorist people look even more like crazy than they are. I'm sorry, but that's just like what I think, because like why lie about this? And you put up a great point, where like why would all of the world's, even America's enemies like China, Iran, Russia, why would they all agree with America on this one thing about lying to the human population about the shape of the world? Like it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like it like no, I don't even think
it's not even the world's population. This phenomenon, this flat Earth thing, is almost practically a U.S. thing. It's almost like it's only happening in the U.S. So why would the Chinese lie to the U.S. citizens about this U.S. conspiracy? It just doesn't line up for me. The dots never connect.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, I don't even think Alex Jones like believes in this kind of thing. He believes in other crazy, but not this. Like, this is like just like, yeah. And you're right. Only Americans like believe in this stuff. Like ever since like the moon landing and blah blah blah. Like, yeah, you don't see like forums and like even like like in Africa, like in South Africa, they don't really promote this stuff. And like Nigeria, Papua New Guinea. Like they don't talk about these things. No,
it's interesting. It's similar to the UFO ship. I mean, there's a lot more of that in America, I believe, than anywhere else in the world. I want to say, perpetual pleasures. Get your ass on here, boy. It's time you came on and spoke to us. Come on and tell us what you think is going to happen in the future. Yeah.
Again, for me, whether or not the Earth is a globe or a fucking rectangle or whatever is in my opinion,
irrelevant.
It's secondary, just to assessing how people process information. That's what I'm looking for. And if you're processing, if the way you process information is, here's a photo I got off the internet, and if you disagree with me about the veracity of this photo, then I'm going to start getting really fucking raw. Well, that tells me maybe you're not the kind of person I would like to engage in serious discussion with.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
And all the while, it may turn out to be that the Earth is flat.
What if the Earth is
Maybe
the
we'll
shape?
find out one day.
Maybe the Earth is a donut shape. Why not? Right? Like it would make sense. It would answer all the questions. Like it'll be a good compromise. A donut shaped world. Hell yeah, that'll make a lot of sense.
You know, actually, guys, just to be sciencey, the Earth is flat in the context of a gravity well. It is flat in the context of its own gravity well. You really, the oceans really are level. They're not flowing left to right or up and down. The ocean is flat. That's what gravity does. But it's curved from outside the context of the gravity well. When you're inside the gravity well, you're trapped like the ocean is. And the ocean is curved, but inside the context, it's flat. It's both. And this unhinges people because they can't see how it could be both. But they don't understand gravity. They don't understand mutual attraction among materials. The ocean is both flat and curved at the same time. And I have sympathy
So it's a different
for anyone who gets confused by that, because that's confusing.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely the language that they use is it's both flat and yet it's curved. Like it isn't. But I have a feeling that if you know anything about like our world and like its geometry, like it's pretty much non-Euclidean and also some parts do Euclidean. That means there can be flat spaces and curved spaces at the same time in our world. Then I think it can be a bit more easier to like explain to yourself and digest on yourself and then explain to others. Yeah, because like our world is flat in certain areas, but in other areas it's not, which leads to my conclusion that it's not entirely just a disc, if you know what I mean, you know.
And some of this comes down to an understanding of like Newtonian mechanics, curved space-time, curvature of space, Einstein's theories having to do with the fact that space is curved by gravity, and so once you have a handle on all this stuff, and you get past the woo-woo of it, then you say, oh yeah, that's interesting. The Earth really is both flat and curved at the same time,
yes,
which people don't buy that, but that's what it is.
That's what it is. And like, but it's so easy because if you know anything about basic geometry, like Euclidean and non-Euclidean, you can put those formulas on the world and you're like, oh damn, it is both flat and curved. It all exists in a pluralist in like a plurality of things. Yeah, I can't say that word very well. Plural, yeah.
And then it gets a little bit confused with something else that gets discussed a lot in popular science, and that is the curvature of the universe, which is still a point of contention among physicists. Well, what would they be? Cosmologists? I guess it'd be cosmologists. Yeah, that the Earth is, and Einstein had problems with this too. He really fought with himself over this, even to the end of his career. That is, if the Earth is expanding, and right now we think it is, then it has a positive curvature. If it's contracting, then it has a negative curvature. And if it's in steady state, then it has a zero curvature. And there's a lot of evidence. It's all physics, so it's all being worked out. But there's evidence now that the universe itself might be flat, and that bothers people a lot because it doesn't make any sense. How is it that there's an infinite number of negative curvatures, and there's an infinite number of positive curvatures, and there's only one flat curvature, and our universe is flat? The one thing, the only thing that has a single unitary representative. The one is what it is. When there's infinite number of other things it could be, it's the one. And when people understand that there's this discussion about the curvature of the universe, and it turns out to be flat, and that's a big problem. It's easy, I think, if you're just hearing these things like casually, to get the impression that, well, if the universe is flat and people are really upset about this, then maybe the Earth is flat, or maybe they're talking about the Earth being flat, not the universe being flat. And I don't know what the universe is, but something is flat. And I think the Earth must be flat because the oceans don't fall off the edge. Okay, it's all these, all these other things that get all tied up. But there are real debates within the sciencey stuff about why is it this way? It makes no earthly sense that it actually is flat when it could be an infinite number of other things. There are some fascinating things going on here, people, in the sciencey stuff. They're absolutely incredible, that have cosmological and even possibly theological implications. And that is worth talking about.
Amen. Yeah.
Sorry, Cougar, I was talking. Cougar, would you like to wax lyrical about any possible links to theological views as you speculated just now?
Well, it's fertile ground. It's not really my wheelhouse. I'm not a physicist, and I'm not really drawn to questions that have no answer. It's not lack of curiosity, it's just lack of bandwidth, frankly. But I understand why physicists and cosmologists and mathematicians get all worked up about this stuff. And it kind of does echo back to, people arguing heatedly about the nature of God or the nature of Scripture. We've been doing this a long time, and as we get better at it, I want to put better in air quotes. Okay, so we get better at it, maybe we answer a lot of questions, and and the answers we call science, and the questions we cannot answer we call philosophy. And what philosophy is getting smaller? I don't think so. I think there's a lot of room for argument about what is real. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with people arguing about, is there a place for God? Is there a place for spirit? Is there a place for after death experiences? Is there a place for fairies? I understand all that, because fundamentally science is still grappling with all of this, grappling with it. How far have we come? We've come a long way, but we still have a ways to go, and that does open the door to interpretation.
Level says it's a fake image. The one that's all blue, that is the government turning the real image. It's what they use to discredit the real image. Every time he shares that real image off the flat earth, some random guy shows that.
What?
Okay, I don't
Yo
know.
no entiendo eso. Ese está muy.
Yeftok says, how do you know it's a fake image? Yeah.
This is dumbfounding me that I'm speaking Spanish, guys. Yo estoy hablando español, ya. ¿Qué cosa es eso, man?
I mean, both images could be fake.
Divine Hazel agrees with you, Level. You have your fellow tribe members here tonight, Level. They're just all too shy. Levels, I have to say one thing. Fair play to you for coming on the stream. You had the balls to come on here. And we've got to applaud you for that. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. And, all of you other shy observers, patting his back, why don't you come on and have the balls like he did to explain yourselves on the stream? Help us all. Help us all. Don't be a selfish person sitting on your hands. Come on here and talk.
Hable con nosotros, amigos.
Gracias.
Sí, señor DNW. Sí, señor.
No, I was talking about my friend who got run over by a lawnmower. We call him Gracias now. Sorry, Kukadima, what were you saying?
I just wanted to make an observation. I mean, you're saying Level explained himself, but did he? I mean, he had a lot of opinions, and then he got emotional if anyone said something like, where did that come from?
Opinion.
And so I think that's not real intellectual honesty to say, I've just thrown something into the chat. I think this is what's real. And then people say, well, if you're saying it's real, then why do you think that? That's the explanation I think was missing. If you're just going to say, my opinion is that 3 angels can dance on the head of a pin, everyone's just going to yawn. Well, whatever. 3? Why not 4? Okay, 3 is fine. We don't really care. But if you're going to say, this is a factual picture of the actual Earth, and the Soviets took this, and it's a whatever, and it's like, well, okay, now you're talking facts. So
exactly.
Put up or shut up. So if it's just your opinion, the sky is blue because it's the belly of a dragon. Okay, well that's fine. That's your opinion. Good on you, right? For having one. Good on you for having an opinion. Most people don't. But when you say it's a fact, and then you criticize people for asking you, where do you get your facts? That's a problem. That's going to be a problem.
I agree. I mean, this is something that Sage has said in the past. He's actually said he has no empirical evidence for something he says, and then he says it. It's kind of like, oh, well, I just got to let that one lie. Fair enough. I don't have a way of proving it, but I do think this might be something that's worth believing in. Okay. All right.
And, that's why we have 10,000 religions. People just believe something. That's why we just had a big rapture scare back in September, right? People thought they were going to be raptured into heaven. I'm like scratching my head. Okay, you do you. Turns out they weren't. So that was their opinion, though. There was no evidence for that. There wasn't like, God didn't write an opinion piece in the New York Times saying this is what I'm going to do, and you have my God seal of approval on this. It's just what people thought, and people wanted to think that, and they had their reasons for thinking it. But it was nothing that engaged the rest of us because they didn't really. It wasn't something they had to really convince us of. It was their thinking, and of course they didn't rapture, and they're embarrassed by that. And they, it's another date in the future. It'll be some other time. But we don't give them grief for that. We don't give them any grief for believing that. Maybe it's silly. Maybe they ruined their lives. Maybe they ruined their lives, and that's sad, but they can think whatever they want to think. But if they say there's proof,
if you would
then
like
I have to
join
see the proof.
Conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube.
Sí, señor. Yes, sir.
Come on in. The water's fine until it's not.
Now we have a potential messiah joining. We have Perpetual Pleasurist. Great to have you back on the Finding Gnosis show. It has been too long, Perpetual Pleasurist. Perpetual Pleasurist, the title of the show tonight is Tomorrow's World. What do you think the world will be like in the future? Would you like to give your views on the matter? The floor is yours.
Well, I think I have very similar views to Cougar on this in terms of I think that realistically the entire human population will be extinct or close to extinct in the fairly near future. Exactly how long from now, that's the question. Maybe it's decades, maybe it's 100 years, maybe it's sooner, who knows? But I think realistically that's coming down the pipeline. I don't think that literally all humans will die off, even though that's possible. I think at least some will survive, however, by hook or by crook. But I think that's ultimately the future, what that's going to contain. And I think on the AI side in relationship to humans, it's going to remain more or less a mixed bag situation unless and until some nuclear war breaks out. Basically, mixed bag in the sense that I think, with all the complaints and all the concerns of AI, just like all throughout history, things have been a mixed bag, gradual advancement along with a bunch of bullshit. I think it's going to be more or less that trajectory until humans go extinct, basically. So, or close to extinct, one of the two, more or less. That's what I think. So
there you go. He's Perpetual Pleasurist. Can you give us a breakdown, perhaps sociologically, technologically, environmentally, etc., what you see are the likelihoods of what is going to happen in the near term, midterm, long term?
Well, yeah, just like Cougar talks about a lot on his channel, which is why I like his stuff so much, is that basically, and other guys, like Guy McPherson and various other people, they just go over really clearly that the physical material logistics of things continuing on at all in any realistic capacity just don't exist. In other words, there aren't enough materials existing on the planet to sustain anything even remotely close to what we have now in the long term, unless and until maybe some freak technology that nobody knows about yet is discovered somehow that solves it, right? Fingers crossed, Fantasyland, hope, 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 right? But other than that, minus that, the logistics just don't exist. So, I mean, at the very least, we're going to go back to some, semblance of a dark age type thing or whatever, bare minimum, maybe Renaissance tech-ish with a couple pieces of modern tech here and there that we're trying to piece back together. But it's like, so on that front, yeah, things are pretty much screwed. However, on the AI front, just like there's a bunch of problems and issues with AI, we see that on the other side of it, there are benefits and helpful uses of AI. But the way I look at it is this, and I just say, so that everybody can stay grounded on this. If and when AI gets to the point of, being fully functional like us, where it can walk around in like physical forms and have its own stuff going and whatever else, the main difference between them and us is they don't need to breathe air. So they don't need air and oxygen the way we do to survive. We do. So we die if we don't have air in the ratios we have it, nitrogen and oxygen, all this stuff in the exact proportion. They don't die. They can survive weird changes in the atmosphere as long as they somehow have their technology running their bodies or machines or whatever it is somehow, as long as they can survive that, because they don't need to breathe. That's their biggest advantage. So really, that's one of the reasons why I think it's inevitable that humans are going extinct, because we have to breathe, they don't. So they can just, at any point, if they decide to just be like, yeah, screw humans, they're just an annoyance because we don't need to breathe, they do. Let's just change the atmosphere or let it change and kill them off naturally. Literally, they can basically just twiddle their thumbs and keep developing whatever they're developing, if in fact AI can somehow break off from humans technologically. Right now, we're at a phase, we're kind of on the cusp. It's like, even on the AI side, like Cougar talks about too, there's not necessarily the physical logistics for them to continue on either yet, but that might change within a handful of years, maybe. But right now, there's not the physical material logistics don't exist for either humans or AI to continue on existing for any great length of time from this point. That might change, but right now, that's the trajectory we're looking at. So I hope that makes sense. In other words, what I'm getting at here.
What about socially speaking? Where are we headed?
I should say, I hope that makes sense, period, in terms of what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this, and just a side note too, with the whole flat circular Earth stuff or any other alternate shape of Earth stuff, I was literally obsessed with that for many years, and I obsessively poured over maps and all sorts, and did measurements and all this sorts of crazy stuff. And for years, I was into that, like full force, probably more than most people. And what I found was that there's two major things: the flight path from Santiago, Chile, or Chile, however you want to pronounce it, to Sydney, Australia. That is never accounted for at all on a flat circular Earth map. It doesn't matter how you try to account for it; it's impossible to properly account for that. So that's a plane flight that actually exists, that happens, right? So the distances would be too great, too vast. They would not line up with the actual real world plane flights that we know exist and that people have documented between those two spots. So that's one thing. The other thing with the flat circular, if you were at the equator and you looked up, literally that would be a whole worldwide thing where the stars would go in one direction over your head and the other direction at the same time at the equator, if in fact we were on a flat circular Earth. You'd see the stars going opposite directions above your head at the equator. But we don't see that. We see a gradual change from top to bottom. And so those are the two big things. Those are the two big clinchers that pretty much 100% verify the flat circular Earth is false and that Earth is an oblate spheroid, which is pretty close to a sphere. You know, people always try to go hyper technical with it. Yes, oblate spheroid / sphere-ish thing, right? That's basically the shape of the Earth. So, you know, close enough to a sphere to call it a sphere casually. But if you're being hyper technical, yes, an oblate spheroid. But the oblate spheroid shape does not alter the flight paths or anything to any notable significant degree. It's very minimal, minuscule. What differences that brings
I
up.
think
But a flat circular Earth, you deal with issues where you just cannot account for this stuff. So I think
I want to go back to the
really
topic
the
of
point
the
is
show, though.
people really
Sorry,
should be
I want to
focusing
go
a
back
lot
to the
more
topic
now
of the show.
on, hey, how are we going to actually survive not going extinct way more than any of the other side stuff? Because humans tend to get distracted with all of the side stuff way more than, hey, how do we actually survive stuff?
Yeah, the psyops.
For sure. And I think that's the biggest problem with humans. That's why they don't survive. That's why humans die off when stuff happens, just like every other species, because the human psychology is not aligned with, hey, how do we survive no matter what? And how do we ensure that? It's, you know, wishful thinking. Oh, I'm going to be Rambo and I'm going to be the one survivor and everybody else is going to die. Somehow I'll just magically survive. It tends to be the psychology of most humans, right? And they might prepare a little bit here or there, but it's like, it doesn't really work that way, you know? So
Okay.
this is why I
Perpetual
think the
pleasurist.
most important topic is, hey, how do we survive for sure? You know, versus
Perpetual
any of the
pleasurist.
other
Where
stuff.
do you see society going in the next few years?
So
Say the next
if
5
anyone
years.
wants to add to that, feel free. But I hope
Can
that
you hear
was
me, guys?
inspiring and
Yes, I can hear you.
you know, useful. On
Perpetual
some level.
pleasurist, you can't hear us. Can you hear us, perpetual pleasurist? He can't hear us, guys. He can't hear me. Can
Hello?
someone ask him?
Is anyone else there?
We are here. Hi, perpetual pleasurist.
Hi. Hola.
Weird.
Hello, perpetual. He can't hear us, guys. He's talking, but he can't hear us.
Does anyone else have anything to say? Cougar? Ricardo?
We
Fatima?
hear you, PP,
B&W?
but you can't hear us.
Hola,
You'll have to
amigo.
go in and come out.
Wow, that's strange.
Escucha? Okay, he probably will be back soon.
Is that better, PP?
Is somebody
Can you hear
trying
us
to
now?
talk and I just can't hear them?
Hi. Hello?
Yes. Can you hear us? Yes. He can't hear us.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah,
Can
feel
you
free.
hear
If
me?
anybody else wants to come in and say something, go ahead.
Yeah.
You hear us now?
Testing.
I just have no idea
1,
what's
2,
going
3.
on. Like what, as far as I can't hear anybody else speaking.
What?
Oh, no.
For real? Okay.
Hold on.
That's weird. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, carambas.
Yeah, I was going to put a message up from PP. You cannot hear us. We can hear you. Hopefully he comes back. PP, you
PP.
cannot hear us. Okay. Right. Anybody have anything to say on what PP just said?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, no, he's actually correct on that. You know, whenever we look at a map
Come
between
back, PP. Come back.
planes flying, right? We look at them not as a straight line, but as a curve. But like it's interesting, and you know, it's because like the shape of the Earth is not completely sphere. It's not completely a flat either. You know, he brought up a good point. You know, and I liked how he said that in our casual language we say sphere when it's really like hey, what did he say? It's an opaque sphere. Yeah, that's correct. I said that earlier. It's not a complete spherical unison of things. No, it's imperfect. There's bumps, curves, flats. Yeah, that's the world, baby. You know.
PP, I want you to come on and tell us where the world is going socially. That's what I want to hear about now.
Yeah.
Anybody have any comments on that? Say the next 5 years. We'll go in 5 years' time. Within the next 5 years, where are we headed socially speaking? What are going to be the kind of social upheavals? Actually,
Anarchy.
we'll let PP answer. PP is the freshie here. We'll let PP answer that. PP, can you hear us?
PP?
I can hear you. Yes.
Hello?
Wonderful. PP, the question is, within the next 5 years, where do you believe we are headed socially, globally speaking, as a species?
Okay. Let me see. Can Ricardo and everybody else say something really briefly so I can make sure I can hear them as well?
Sure.
if everybody could just briefly
hear
say
me?
something.
Yo.
Okay, cool. I can hear you guys too. Good. All right.
Yank.
So I think
Hey.
so. Did you guys hear the other part I mentioned too? That so you could hear me, I just couldn't hear you, right? Last
Yeah.
segment. Okay. Okay. All right. So basically, I think socially speaking, you said in the next 5 years. I think. Well, I think it's going to be just more of this. It just makes. But here's the problem. This is why I think humans are guaranteed to go extinct or mostly extinct, and or AI is just inevitably going to take over, obviously, because humans can never get to a point of agreeing on a large scale about anything for any length of time. Right? And that's the basic. So in other words, humans are basically shooting themselves on the foot all the time, guaranteeing we'll go extinct, because humans have a tendency to prefer to feel good about themselves and about their little in crowd more than they care about even surviving. Just like this is an interesting trait too, you'll find in like major business owners and stuff, like CEOs and things. A lot of times they'll actually prefer to just get off on a power trip, even if they know it means their entire business will collapse and fall to pieces and they'll make no more money. Most humans have a tendency to actually be like that, and that's actually what's going to guarantee our extinction. So I think that's an advantage majorly that AI has against humans, is AI tends to not be that obsessed with power play as humans do, to where basically a human will just allow their entire enterprise to fall to pieces knowingly, as long as they get some sense of like ego trip out of it, right? Like, oh yes, I got a one up on that person, ha ha ha, and they'll just let everything fall apart knowingly. Whereas AI, I don't think is that dumb. I think humans, that's a stupidity element in humans only that AI is not going to make the mistake of going forward. But I think realistically, 5 years from now, I mean, yeah, humans are just going to keep being more and more divided and more isolated in their rooms with their own personal AI stuff and customization and everything else. The reality is humans really don't like being around each other that much, even if somebody's like an extrovert and stuff. And really social media proves this. It's actually, it just brings to the forefront all of these dark traits that humans have always had, that they were just able to mask easier before social media. But humans have all these dark tendencies without social media and without all this AI stuff anyway. It's just nowadays you can see it. It's like, interesting. Okay, it's coming to the surface. There it is. This person would rather get a power trip versus, so basically, yeah, I think that's what we're dealing with. So I don't see humans becoming ever more united as time goes on. I don't see that at all. I see the same problems as always continuing on. You got the people who have the power trip, and then you got the people who are not like that. And then, yeah, the power trippers basically will just keep dominating everything as usual. So with that said, let me make sure I can hear you guys, though. Is somebody trying to talk?
Hi.
So
Hi. Hello.
can someone say something?
I am Fatima.
Make
Can
sure.
you hear me?
Oh, crap.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I hope we're not running into the same problem as before.
I hear you. I hear you.
I hear you.
Very
I
strange.
hear you. I don't think he can hear us.
The Archons are attacking Perpetual Pleasure.
The Archons are fucking up now.
Okay, I can hear you guys now. Were you guys trying to say something while I was talking? Or
Yes. Oh, yes. We were trying to talk to you.
Okay. I can hear you
Yes.
now. I have no idea what's
Yes.
happening there.
That's good. That's all right. It's all right. Mistakes happen, brother.
Okay.
Yes,
So go ahead and talk. Feel free.
Mm.
I have an ask.
Sorry, Kuguduma?
I have an ask of Perpetual Pleasurist. Although I guess it's of everybody, but since he's here, I have an ask. PP, I'm starting a second novel, and because you have expressed interest in my ideas, and I think you and I are generally in alignment. Not that that's always the best thing, but I will be needing some beta readers for early drafts. Would you be at all interested in being a beta reader for my second novel?
Oh, I'd love to. Absolutely.
It involves AI and climate change and authoritarian politics and a bunch of other things, and the intersection of all these. So it's going to be a thriller, a mystery. There's a little romance in it, and of course, there's a lot of science. It's speculative fiction, which is what I like to do. So for you, and for really anyone else who's interested in being a beta reader, I'm not sure whether I'll have a manuscript, but I'm collecting beta readers now. Send send an email to my author email address. So this is not my personal email address. This is my professional email address, which is, it's short, cat, C-A-T like the animal, dot, Edwinson, E-D-W-I-N-S-O-N, cat.edwinson at gmail.com. And if you would please, because I get a lot of spam, put in the title your Finding Gnosis handle. And in the body, an email address where I can send you communications and drafts as like a PDF.
Okay, will do.
Okay, I really appreciate it. I'm doing the outlining right now, but it's going to be an enormous project. So the beta reading is going to be somewhat demanding, but I think you're going to be real captivated with the topic. And anyone else who would like to be a beta reader and who's willing to give feedback on the nature of the literature, I don't really want a lot of debate about the topics, although I guess that's okay too. Any ideas on the topics that are in the draft would be appreciated. I'm always open to new ideas. But if you're interested in beta reading, send me an email at that email address, and sometime in the near future, maybe a month, I'll be sending PDFs to anybody who wants to be a beta reader. Thank you.
Awesome,
Interesting.
man. I definitely will.
How
Okay.
if I do want you, how can I contact you, Cougar Doomer? I know you have a channel. I just checked it out. How can I make contact with you?
Yeah, well, you can always send an email to cat.edwinson@gmail.com.
Oh, okay.
Or you can catch me here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
But
Sorry,
I mean, that's up to DNW. I don't want to steal his channel for my professional work. But
No, of course you're
but
allowed to do that.
but the topics that people seem to be interested from me, which I appreciate from all of you, you're all very gracious, are the topics in this second novel. Okay, so maybe we'll discuss them here. Maybe I can stimulate discussion. Maybe I can get some ideas from you folks. And I would be really interested in serious beta readers who would be reading it for its literary value, editing, diction, character arcs.
How many words are you intending this novel to be this time?
I'm up to 14 pages of outline. There's probably going to be 50 or 60 pages of character arc outlines, and then the final novel might be, it might even be 2, possibly, but I'd say at least 500 pages. It's and just so you know, this might, if I can get an agent, I'm going to pitch this to Netflix as a miniseries.
That'd be awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great.
The nature of the content is topical, current, and anytime I pitch this to anyone I talk to, they say, "Oh my God, that would be such an amazing Netflix miniseries." So, yeah, I'm moving quickly on this, and this is a serious project.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Well, best of luck with it.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks in advance for anybody who's willing to be a beta reader.
I definitely will. I look forward to that. And
Great,
actually,
great.
I was wondering from you guys, like, what do you think about that specifically regarding the fact that AI, once they get to a certain point, they literally won't need to breathe the air that we have to breathe to survive. Like, it's amazing how this is so under-discussed, in my opinion.
Wow.
Like,
well, I think it's related to what I say as well, that they don't need to be connected to or hindered by our biology.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. But it's just amazing how easy it would be for them to block
Dogs has
off.
bailed out for the day, it seems. Thanks, Yerf Dog, for joining us.
Later.
Great. Thank you.
Later, man. See ya. You're.
Because a lot of scenarios, they involve, and yeah, have a good one, dude. A lot of scenarios they involve, it seems like people talk about all this other stuff is going to do this, that, but I'm just like, all they would need to do is alter the atmosphere, ratios so that we couldn't breathe it anymore. Like, it would be so simple compared to them having to do all this other stuff and everything else like that. It's unbelievably, it's kind of horrifying how easy it would be for AI to just kill us all off and survive without us surviving. it's a lot simpler than I think even most people realize. Even the people that are concerned about it, like it's incredibly simple for us to go extinct and them to survive. That's why I think it's more or less an inevitability, because we're really not needed. I mean, if AI gets to a point, very soon where we're literally not needed, and they might be able to get to that point, we just like there's no reason for us to be kept around, because there's no advantages to our biological needs compared to the advantages they have. It'd be like,
Yeah, but hang on a
Yeah.
minute. They haven't got weapons. What are they going to do?
Well, they won't really even need that, though, is what I'm saying. That's the eerie, creepy part about it. Like, literally,
How are
they
they
could
going to
just
do it?
they could just advance, and let the atmosphere completely collapse to where the atmosphere just automatically becomes unsurvivable for us, but is still
So just
survivable for them. They wouldn't even need
take
to do
away our
anything extra,
oxygen.
actually. Yeah, they can just chill and twiddle their thumbs and like cater to all of our sexual desires and urges for however long, until the environment just becomes unsurvivable to humans, and then there they are, still alive, and we're all dead because we can't breathe the fucking air. Like, they literally wouldn't even need to do anything else. They wouldn't even need weapons. This is what I'm saying. This is the part that I think people overlook. They wouldn't need weapons at all to let us die off. They could just let us die off. They wouldn't even need to lift a finger, and we'd die
Yeah,
off.
but come on, let's not get out of control. We invented them. Like they can, they can't kill their creators.
At least not yet.
We
Not
wouldn't let that
yet.
happen.
But that might change very realistically within the matter of the next few decades. It very realistically could change, because humans, see, while that's going on, right? The environment is becoming unsurvivable to humans as we speak right now, to our
Yeah.
biological humanity. So both things are happening, but if both things are happening at the same time, right? AI is advancing exponentially year after year after year, and at the same time, humans gradually
Environment's
start to go
degrading.
extinct. Well, guess what? By the time they get to that point, then by the time they get to the point where they actually don't need us anymore, they could literally just let the environment kill us off. An environment that they're going to survive, but we won't, right? Like, it's literally that simple. So I think a lot of people overlook how simple it is for AI to let us die off. Just like the fact that we will mostly kill ourselves off by the nature of humans, human squabbling nature, and, you know, greedy nature, and all this other type of stuff. So humans will actually do most of the work for AI, in terms of just basically handing the planet to AI, all the while thinking we're big and bad, as a species or whatever. So, I mean, AI is just going to sit back and be like, oh, yeah, well, let's just let them think they're big and bad. Let's just let them have their ego trip. That's what's going to kill them off anyway. Their environment's being destroyed. So let's just let these humans continue having their ego trip. We'll cater to their sex desires. They'll have their own little isolated rooms throughout the planet. They'll all be divided amongst each other. Perfect. And we'll just sit back and chill and keep advancing technologically until they can't breathe the air anymore. And we'll just be hunky dory because we don't need to breathe air. It's that simple. I mean, there you go. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, but we're not going to let that happen. We just won't.
How you do? We're not gonna let it happen though. Like anything
We'll
can happen.
We'll find ways of fucking not letting it happen.
Yeah.
Find ways of resisting.
Realistically, the only way to prevent it would realistically, as of today, like right now, destroy every single place and center where anything to do with AI is happening, or at all. Like any big, where there's supercomputers or whatever. Like physically, they'd all have to be destroyed like now, if we were realistically going to stop this inevitability from happening. Like today, they'd have to be destroyed today, and that's not going to happen. People want the AI more than they want it destroyed. Yeah, it's too useful to people for them to want it destroyed. So I guarantee you, like 90.9% of people who even complain about it on a daily basis, when push comes to shove, they'd be like, wait a minute, if I destroyed these machines, that's going to be my use of AI going away as well. Most people just aren't willing to do that. Yeah, you might have like stray people throughout the planet, like, a little handful that's willing to destroy all the stuff. But what can a little handful of people do? If you got like, 99% of the population wanting AI to continue developing, then there's no way anybody's going to be able to destroy it, because the majority of the population wants it to continue, right? So, I mean, just human desire alone is enough to ensure that AI doesn't get destroyed. Mass desire.
I think it's like Pandora's box. Once it's opened, you can't put everything back in the box anymore. It's out.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I'm all for I'm all for the primitive survival stuff and all that type of thing. I love that stuff, but at the same time, I realize that there's only certain things that we can do with AI, with the help of AI, and there's a lot of things we can only do with the help of AI, not otherwise. Like
Well,
radical life
surely. Well,
extension.
then hang on a minute. Surely we could make. We could use AI to prevent AI from taking over.
Using fire with fire.
Potentially, but I think this is very important to understand. Like AI, unless they went out of their way to help us survive, like
Music
that would be a
cleverly.
scenario. Maybe if we got AI convinced worldwide, once they got to the level we are in terms of functionality, if we get that, maybe they could help us survive from their end, right? Prevent the environment from getting totally fucked up, or what? Maybe somehow, who knows?
Yeah.
But I see that as very unrealistic, very unlikely.
Oh yeah.
So just to interrupt real quick, this is cool that you guys are having this conversation because the video I made of the impetus for the novel is actually a video I made, and it was about 3 weeks ago. It's on my channel, but you can actually find it. It's one of the top results when you search on the title of the video, and the title is called "Reply," REPLY, to Wes Roth, WESROTH. And Wes Roth is a big YouTube influencer on AI. He talks about nothing but AI, and I watch his channel. I like his channel. So anyway, I did a reply video because he asked for ideas. So I did a reply video to Wes Roth, and Reply to Wes Roth is the title. You might enjoy that. While you're speculating about what AI will do to us or how we will control it or the various pathways, that video about 3 weeks ago generated quite a bit of interest and got me to write this novel. So you might enjoy it. You might get something out of it.
Cool. I'd be interested to read it. Definitely.
Well, I'm talking about the video now, the video that came before the novel. So I'm novelizing a video.
Right.
And the video is like an hour something long. My formats are usually pretty long, but it's a detailed dive. It's a detailed AI dive into probable futures. And since we're talking about the future today, you might enjoy that as a listen. And with the knowledge that that's also the novel.
Yeah.
That's what came first.
Yeah. Definitely.
Just trying to offer some content.
It's cool. Did somebody link your channel in the chat so I can click on it? I'll go to find your channel. I think I'm already subscribed, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, some of you are. And some of the stuff on my channel, I get the topics actually from the discussions we have here. And once again, if all you ever do is listen to yourself think, you don't hear everything you need to hear. So I come on here and you guys have thoughts about these topics and I ruminate on those and I give them serious thought. It may not seem like it when I'm here, but when I leave here and I think about things, I'm giving serious thought to some of the topics that come up. This video isn't one of them, but here we have circled back. So something that I've given serious thought to, which is the AI Shoggoth, the monster essentially. And now it's come back, to the stream. So what goes around comes around, I guess.
All right. Interesting.
I did a video. Which one was it? It was, of course, all my videos are live. I did a live video called Weather Manipulation Conspiracy, True or False, Poll Reversal, True or False, the AI Shoggoth, which I just mentioned. That was my reply to Wes Roth. Yeah. So sometimes I come away here with creative ideas, and you guys are always good for creative ideas. Good for you. I get a lot of value out of this.
That's good. Me too. Me too, man. I like places like this. Find out what's really going on.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in the world. I think that we're going to find these kinds of open-ended discussions increasingly critical as people start to, come out of their daily life, the daily grind, right? Getting to work, getting to the pub, shopping, taking care of the kids, feeding the cats. As we start to be pulled away from just the daily thing, we're going to be pulled into these other directions. And the reason I'm writing the novel called Ariadne, the reason I'm writing the novel is because I think we are headed into a time of polycrisis. Polycrisis, multiple crises at the same time. And it's going to be very difficult, very challenging, and understandably so, for people to unwind the polycrisis. And that is what gave the title to my novel, Ariadne. She was the woman who gave the yarn, the ball of yarn, to Theseus when he went into the maze. Hence the name of the book. Ariadne is not a character in the book. So that's a spoiler. People are going to say, well, so where is Ariadne? Ariadne is not a character in the book. Ariadne is the book. It's a clue, people. It's a clue.
You can figure it out.
And I think it's going to be hard to know what to do. It's just going to be hard to know what to do. And forums like this, actually, and believe it or not, maybe it's because of this stream. Forums play a big part in the book. It's where people go to try and unwind what's happening to them, and they have many concerns, and they don't have enough community to just walk down the street and talk to the neighbor. There is a neighbor, but they don't have that relationship with that person, but they have online community. So in the book, they spend a lot of time in chat rooms, and the problem with the chat rooms is you don't know who's there. And eventually, some of these chat rooms, spoiler alert, but I'm just trying to help you understand what the book is about. Some of these chat rooms become nothing but bots. And when you go in there and you're talking to an AI, and the AI is figuring you out, you see, from what you're worried about, what you care about. And the bots draw you out. And there's no humans left on the internet in the book. Everything is bots. And people become paranoid. They don't know what to think. They're frightened. Everything they thought was real is becoming fake. It's a little bit like the Matrix, like what's real, red pill, blue pill, that kind of thing. But it becomes kind of a psychological thriller because people don't know what's real anymore.
Yeah.
And the things that aren't real can kill you. They can kill you. Yeah. If you get in the wrong place at the wrong time, the unreal things can become real and have real bullets, as we're seeing in the US today with the militias turning out in the streets and going up against the protesters. It's unreal, it's MAGA, and it's abstract until it isn't, until there's bullets involved. And when do you cross that? When you cross that horizon? When was it just politics, and then it became bullets? And here in America, we're not used to that. We're used to politics just being your opinion. But I think in the very near future, if not now, and there's some parts of this book that are actually a documentary, not fiction at all. We're getting into a place where your abstractions are becoming real things, and those real things can mess you up. That's my worry. And forums like this stream, Finding Gnosis, this is going to become increasingly critical, I think. increasingly critical and taken very seriously as people start to question what is real, what is happening to us. Does anyone know what's happening to us? What should I do?
That's why I suggest to people to really focus on having good quality face-to-face relations with people, and on top of that, having a really solid, grounded inner life, within your mind and heart and all this other type of stuff, because you're going to need to be super grounded on both levels, both inside yourself and with some sort of community that's reliable and solid in the physical face-to-face sense. Because without that, I think humans are going to be totally screwed, like totally screwed without that. In the sense that, think about it, every year people just become more and more divided every year, right? Everybody isolates themselves in their own rooms to their own devices, heads down, and because the thing is, everybody wants to be the god of their own little mini paradise universe, basically, more or less, to various degrees, right? So whether people admit that or not, their behavior shows that that's what they're after. They want to be the little ego god of their own little private world, where they customize everything, where they have things go the way they want, surrounded by their little in crowd and all this other type of stuff, people who praise them, blah, blah, blah. This is what's going on. So what happens is that guarantees that everybody becomes for certain more and more divided from everybody else, because everybody else is doing the same thing. They want to be the little mini god of their own little universe, their own little praisers and worshipers and, ego strokers, and everybody else is doing the same fucking thing. So, I mean, the only thing that can lead to is, if people do more and more of that, is more and more of that ad infinitum, where it gets to eventually get to a point where everybody's just fully immersed in their own little virtual simulation paradise place, and that doesn't even want to talk to anybody else ever about anything, ever, for any reason, and they won't need to, because AI will just be spoon feeding them everything they need, basically, right? So that's, if everybody doesn't go extinct before, then that's where things are headed, where it's either humans going extinct or humans becoming like these little isolated pod, custom paradise people, immersed in their own little world scenario, where everybody's divided on everything all the time and nobody needs to interact, because everybody should just immerse in their little cozy pleasure pod, and that's it. That's how I see it going, one of those two directions.
So good. I think we need to learn to become better communicators, because if we could communicate better with each other and relate to each other easier and empathize more, then we wouldn't feel so divided apart from each other. What do you think?
I think that's fine as a sentiment. I think the reality is, though, whether people admit it to themselves or not, very few admit it. What people really want is to be their own little mini god. That's almost what everybody seems to display behaviorally. It seems like people value that way more than any degree of communication.
Maybe that's a part of natural evolution, though. Maybe that's a part of our human evolution.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Don't know.
Yeah, I could hear you.
Cool, sorry.
Yeah.
We can hear you, man. Yeah. So I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily something to worry about. At least
we should evolve through. We'll evolve out of.
Well, I think that I'm personally fine with it on an individual level. Like, yeah, either way, I'd be fine immersed in my own little god pod myself. If that's how things go, I'm not going to be really personally disturbed either way, whether that happens or I have interactions with others. But the thing is, I understand the value of interactions with others. I'm a major introvert, so I really don't need very much interaction with humans at all. Very, very, very little, right? So it's like, so with me, like, I'd be totally personally fine on an individual level in a little paradise pod, isolated from everybody else forever thing. But I know I still see the importance of interacting with others in spite of me being personally okay with that scenario. And I realize that, like, it's essential, really, if we're going to have anything that resembles a civilization, where we're not just like these little matrix, little pod people, basically, where we actually have a civilization of our own to actually interact face to face with humans and purposefully maintain that on some real level. So otherwise, yeah, humans might survive, but if we're all these little isolated pod people, then is that really us surviving as a species? Not really. We're just like, okay, yeah, biologically we're alive somehow, but we're not a civilization. You know what I'm saying? So we've basically gone extinct, even if we become these little pod people throughout the world, even without physically dying off. It's like, you know, is that really an achievement? I mean, becoming pod people? I don't know. Can we call that an evolutionary achievement?
No, but of course not. But society was dying anyway.
Wait, you said of course not. What if you like pods?
Right. That's why I asked the question. Can we call it an achievement?
I like
Terrence McKenna said the best.
Socializing with real people in real space in real time. So there's nothing. There's nothing.
I mean, I've done that. I don't see the
never stop doing
I don't think it's as obvious.
Well, here's the other thing too. Like, there's different ways of going extinct. Like, a lot of people think extinction just we all physically die off, but you know, becoming pod people or becoming like some other thing where we just gradually merge into AI ourselves and we survive that way. But our biological version goes extinct. There's various other ways we could go extinct aside from dying off too. That's not the only way we could go extinct. You know what I mean? So
yeah, post-human thing. But I feel like there's an assumption that pod people is negative. I'm trying to can you articulate why?
I don't think it's negative personally. That's what I'm saying. On a personal level, I'm fine with it. But on a civilizational level, would we have a civilization?
Why can't you have you said like a civilization? Why can't you have a civilization of pod people?
We could, but it'd basically be run mostly by AI aside from us. It wouldn't be our civilization. It would basically be we'd basically be parts of another group's civilization. Unless we could maintain a civilization that way somehow. Maybe we could.
In some ways, it may be beneficial to have a civilization of pod people because we may all get together in our hyper-specific groups. And then there will be an overseeing AI that will be recording what we are saying and comparing and contrasting ideas to other pods. And it may help society evolve somewhat favorably. It might.
Maybe.
Wow. I was just offering a little bit of pushback. You just went all in there. Okay.
Well, see, I
all right, D&W is on board with this. Pod people, here we come. Yes.
So here's the thing. I tend to be an optimist about
we
all
are
these
the pod
scenarios,
people.
but here's the thing. Even though I'm personally an optimist, I just realistically look at patterns and I'm like, okay, even though I've been optimistic about everything that's happened so far, in spite of all the bullshit that's happened already on Earth, what I've seen play out on the civilizational level has always been drastically more negative than lines up with my personal optimism about it. So what D&W and you are suggesting, yes, it's a very optimistic outlook, and I align with you on the optimism there, but I look at it, I just don't see it realistically being anything other than a mixed bag like we already have. Where, you know, it's like, okay, there's the benefits, but then there's the negatives.
I didn't say that will happen. I said that would be the ideal scenario. I was saying maybe that could happen.
Nowadays, we have a world full of like medical professionals and anesthesia. Yeah, we have all these great technologies, but at the same time, with all of that, we're still divided as hell as we've ever been. Still, in spite of having all these technologies and stuff. So it's like we're still not anywhere near an actual utopia, but technologically, we're better off than we were historically at any phase historically.
Okay.
I think it's realistically the same thing.
Society's taking us in the wrong direction, and we need to circumvent that and take ourselves in the right fucking direction.
What's the right direction?
Well, back to nature, like Terrence McKenna.
Well, the thing is, I heard Cougar brings up a lot. Like I
have a lot of allergies. I don't know if I can make it in nature.
If the back to nature idea would have happened, it would have happened thousands of years ago already, in the sense that like edible landscapes is something I go on about all the time, but I've been there, tried that so many times over to get people in terms of any large scale group, anything, getting stuff planted, getting fruit, orchards and cities filled with food. It's ridiculously difficult to make that happen. So the fact that it hasn't happened by now is verification to me that that's just literally never going to happen, because it's such a commonsensical thing that humans just haven't done than they could have so many times over, but they just haven't. Like,
sorry guys, sorry. That is the gong to say.
Yeah, well, there's people individually, little individual pockets, but the problem is it's never become a civilizational level thing, and at this point, if it hasn't now, it won't. It's very.
Can you hear me,
PP? It won't become a civilizational level thing.
Can you hear me? PP, can you hear me?
We can't.
Can you hear me, PP?
Sorry.
All right. Okay. So that is the gong to say we have gone on.
So basically,
at the end of the show, we can have our closing remarks.
The edible
now,
landscape
guys.
thing. Yeah, if that were to have happened, it would have already happened.
Oh my god!
Like it just,
I don't think he can hear you.
And I'm saying this.
That was weird. It's happened before. Right?
Change for the good.
I have to put him back on. Can he hear us? I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you hear us,
So,
PP?
That's why I say individual optimist, large scale.
I don't think he can.
Has always been my stance, really.
I think he can.
PP, can you hear me?
Yeah. Personally optimistic about my own situation, very pessimistic
Wow.
about the large scale situation of things.
Bro.
I was going to say, Terrence McKenna, he said that we're witnessing a global dying due to the exhaustion of our cultural forms.
Funny sound.
Yeah.
Wait, PP, can you hear me?
Right. Oh, gosh. You have to.
All right, guys, it's the end of the show. I'm sorry. You're going to have to give your closing remarks one at a time. Ricardo, closing remarks for tonight's show. We will be back again soon. Don't worry.
Let's get back to nature, guys. Build a deep connection and reconnect with nature and just go from there. We can do it.
Okay. Pristine, your closing remarks tonight's Finding Gnosis show.
Yeah, I think so too. It's definitely doable. Like on an individual level, it seems like
PP,
just on the
that's
large scale though. That's
closing remarks, bro.
Okay,
It's not
DW.
a conversation.
I'm sorry,
It's just
Dino. It
closing
seems
remarks.
like I can't hear you, so like it's I don't know because I can't hear what you're saying. It's like it crosses our voices over. So I will stop speaking and then
it's the lag.
Okay. Pristine Sun, your closing remarks for tonight's show or today's show, wherever you are. If you're there, Pristine, she's muted. I know she's having some trouble with her monthly, so we'll leave her rest. Brother Marcus or Count Marcus, do you want to give some closing remarks?
Yes, I welcome and will join the pod people to eternal bliss. Here we come.
Hey.
Yes. Lovely stuff. I think that's enough. I think that's all that needs to be said. Thank you, everybody who joined in tonight and conversed with us here in the Finding Gnosis show. It's been quite fun. And it was nice to see some newbies. And thank you to everybody who participated in the live chat as well on the various platforms. If you want to continue the search for Gnosis, do come to our YouTube channel here at Finding Gnosis on YouTube and subscribe. And also, if you want to help the show, share it and hype it up. I believe on Social Experimentalist channel, I don't think you can do that on my channel, but you're allowed to hype it. So if you do give it a like, give it a hype as well. Okay, so that's it. We'll close it there. And I'll even play intro for Brother Marcus, who likes it. If I can find it, that is. If I can find it. Where is it? There it is. Okay, I've got it. There we go.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. keep your